Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. Good to see you guys today, finally. This is Chris from Ear to Ear Magic. Susan is a professional driver over here. Of course, we have been stuck behind a paint crew trying to get out of our neighborhood. And we have been going at this pace through the entire neighborhood. We cannot get around these three large paint trucks. So we decided, you know what, no way we're going to get to Epcot on time, and we're going to go ahead and get started and make sure everyone can continue to chat, and we'll get everything out of the way we need to beforehand, and eventually maybe we'll be able to get out of our own neighborhood.
Oh, goodness, here they go.
Oh, here we're whew. So, good morning. How's it going? Say hey to Susan.
Hello.
And I guess they're painting new lane lines, but they didn't provide any other ways to get around or out. So we're getting to enjoy this very slow-paced movement out of the one back entrance of our neighborhood.
They repaved like a month and a half, 2 months. They're finally getting around to painting the marks on the new pavement.
So we'll get out eventually. So you guys, welcome in. Glad you could join us here at Ear to Ear Magic. We are a family-friendly stream that streams from the parks Monday through Fridays. And that would be the four Walt Disney World parks and Universal. And who knows where else we might be going in 2022. A matter of fact, we're already going to right here in our neighborhood. I mean, look at that. It's great. It's going to have new paint lines on it here eventually. This is a milestone for us here at Ear to Ear Magic. This will be the very first time we have ever invited people to come and watch paint dry. So it's exciting. It's exciting. It really is. Luckily for us, we're almost to a point where we can go around and get out. So we'll get going. So
we're almost there.
Welcome in, guys. So I'm glad that you are here today, and we will be going over to Epcot to have some fun. I have deemed the Epcot International Festivals of No Festivals, in which we're in that time period between the Festival of the Holidays, which concluded on December 30th, and the next one, which is January 14th, beginning the Festival of the Arts, which is probably one of our favorite, but also the shortest of the festivals as well. So it's only 6 weeks. So we get to enjoy it for 6 weeks, where we get to enjoy artists, culinary artists, performance artists, and stuff like that.
Everyone else is going around.
Yeah, can we finally?
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try.
Well,
don't be mad at me, people.
Well, you
I'm
were the
sorry.
first one. So
I was the first one in line.
Know.
Everybody else just cut me off.
Hi, paint people.
Hi, paint people.
Thank you for painting all the lines. And
we love you.
Every single square inch.
Thank you for being so thorough.
They covered everything. Yay, we're free. So good morning, guys. Glad you could join us this morning. We are on our way to Epcot, and I figured, well, let's just go ahead and go live while we're in the vehicle and we're getting transportation taken care of. And that way we'll take care of like all the other news and stuff like that before we get started.
We often talk about the fact that we live just 15 minutes away from Disney property, and that the majority of that time is spent driving out of our neighborhood.
So you're going to see, right now, we just left our neighborhood. Let's put a time stamp on. We'll let you know when we've reached Disney World property.
And it's once we leave our neighborhood, it doesn't take long at all. And it just takes way longer to even than normally it does to get out of our neighborhood because of the lovely paint crew. So
it's okay. We'll have
who was just doing their job. We're not upset with them at all. They were doing what was required, and I will say, now that I'm comparing the paint that we just drove past on the road to what's out right now, in our neighborhood, it's nice and bright and fresh as opposed to this faded.
Don't get mad at people when they're just doing their job.
No.
Calvin says you just need to trade some paint. They would have had a lot of paint to trade.
Yeah.
I don't know. They could have turned their sprayer up, and we might have had a completely different colored car at the end,
that could have been
including our windows. I don't know if that's a good idea.
I don't know.
Good morning. So good morning, everybody in the chat. Who do we have in here? I know Calvin's in here after a fresh run from the 5K this morning. We've got Stephen in. Christine. Good morning, Christine. Good to see you. Rachel is in. Mr. Dragon is here with us today as well. Michelle, Florida Fanatics, is in. Stephen, good morning, fresh from Hawaii from last week. And, oh, my camera is like...
Sorry, guys. This is like a really sharp, like, curvy intersection. It's the intersection of challenge. It stresses me out whenever we have to go through it.
Good morning, Nikki. How are you doing? Carol is with us this morning. Hawk the fam is catching up on some sleep, which, you know, last night was I think it's the longest amount of sleep that I've had in one night in a very long time, which was good. So
I shoot him to bed early.
I actually went to bed before midnight.
And he cooperated.
So I actually got in bed at 11:30 and then spent 25 minutes doing a TikTok. I'm afraid to watch it this morning because I almost fell asleep 25 times while I was doing the TikTok. So it may not even make any sense.
You guys should go watch it. I bet it's fun.
It may not even make any sense. It may have spelling errors. It may not even be on the right topic. Who knows? Yeah, this is, what is going on with this? It's acting really weird. Every time you hit a curve.
We are so close to Disney property now.
All right, so it was 11:14 when I said we left our neighborhood. I'll let you guys know when we actually hit Disney property. You can see how long it is. So have you decided if you'll be cheering any of the races this weekend? I am very seriously considering going to do some cheering either Saturday morning or Sunday morning. It really depends, honestly, Nikki, on other things we have going on, because not only do we have the race weekend, but we're also preparing for our Travelmation retreat, which is an annual retreat for our travel company that all of our agents come into Disney World. They all come to our house, kind of basically.
It's like a big house party.
Our house. So they all come to us, which is really great because it makes travel really good for us.
Yeah.
But, you know, we're going to be having over
400
agents this year, and it's not even all of them. That's maybe barely 60% of our agents.
700 or just over 700. They were right at the 700 mark the last time.
So we're going to be dealing with that also. So I'm going to look and see what I can do, but I do want to do some cheering, and when I do, I will probably go live on Instagram for a bit. You guys don't understand how much effort it takes for me to get a stream going for YouTube to do it just right. I can do an Instagram like that. So if you guys are on Instagram, please follow us there. So if I do go to a cheering section, either on Sunday or a Saturday morning, and we are in Disney World property, so that was
4 minutes.
4 minutes. We'll let you guys come along and we'll share some.
They're already prepping for the races, so they've got light signs up. They're parking. So we see this on a regular basis. Orange County, which is where Disney resides, is on Orange County property. They farm out police officers, normally off-duty ones, to assist with things, and they will, like that police officer for that car is probably over by security for the CDC or in front of the Magic Kingdom, and he just parked his car there. They park their cars about just to remind you that they are around. Sometimes they are manned, though, so don't think, oh, there's not going to be a police officer there. I have seen them have people pulled over on this road before. So they do still keep an eye on things. But this is a new road they added.
Morning, Jill. How are you?
Last year? Was it last year that they finished it? My days blur together because of COVID.
It was the end of 2019. First of 2020. I don't know what is going on with Gimbal today.
So we're going to be passing a bunch of signs that talk about road closures. So if you are staying at Disney
they're not going
this
to see
weekend,
any of it, though.
Oh, because you have it turned around.
Yeah, they can't see anything.
He doesn't like to flip the camera. It takes too many times to push the button.
No, it's just that, no one wants, this is rare that we actually get to talk to some of our people.
That's true.
And nobody wants to see the road.
So we are passing road closure signs, light signs, that are warning that Saturday and Sunday these roads will be closed from 4 a.m. till noon.
Yes, because this is where they're going to be running all the runners from the half
10.
marathon and the full marathon will be running through here so that they can come in and out of the Magic Kingdom. which is one of the main reasons why they keep the Christmas decorations up so late in the Magic Kingdom, is because it just adds to the effect of running through and you have all the Christmas lights and Christmas trees on and stuff like that.
We're also passing generator-powered light poles. The poles aren't up right now. They haven't pulled it down, but that they will use to light up this space because the races start while it's still dark. We're passing smaller signs that let racers know how far they've run. So, but this is like a normal road. Like right
She's
now we're driving
all the
on
stuff you can't see.
Yes, because we won't show it to you.
But yeah, there will be race signs all through here, and it will be really a nice course. Anybody here in the chat who will be running on either the half or the full on Saturday or Sunday, let us know. We'd love to keep up and congratulate you as well later on the next week when we go back on.
Yeah.
So good morning, Funzarelli. How are you doing today? Welcome in, Linda B. And Nikki says, I cannot begin to tell you how excited I am to run through the castle. If that is not all the races, there's just nothing but race gear all alongside the roads here.
That's so much stuff.
This is actually probably a good thing we're streaming, except for the fact that when Susan hits these corners really, really fast, like the Tokyo Drift.
I am going 24 miles an hour right
She's just
now.
speeding like crazy. We can show you all the kind of setup that we'll be going through. So let me actually turn this around.
They're putting like orange fencing, temporary fencing to keep people off the grass and on the race route.
So all of this will be open for running, and spectators can come over here and cheer along the race route as well.
Yep. If you are not racing and you're thinking, oh, I'm going to drive to the TTC on Saturday or Sunday morning, we're going to road drop, please rethink your plan.
All kinds of little things
that
will be
is
set up.
not going to
There's your
work
medical
for
tent
you.
there. Sarah B says, I almost signed up for the 10-miler in April. Almost. Well, you know, it's funny that you mentioned that. I've already reached, I already had a couple of messages from yesterday after our doing the Runners Expo of people who are interested in joining and possibly signing up for the 10-miler if it's still available. If it is, maybe that's something we can still sign some people up and we can all do it together.
Yeah.
This, of course, is a huge mess.
This is the hot mess that is the construction of rearranging how people drive and get to the Grand Floridian and the Poly.
Good morning, GME 1970.
We have been working on this little bridge area since COVID.
Yeah, they started it right around the 1st of 2020. And it is going to be a new overpass that will take you over to the area where the Grand Floridian is. So it will take you, if you're having to go to the Poly or the Grand Floridian, you won't have to go all the way up to where the Wilderness Lodge is and take a left anymore. There's a lot of traffic that turns left there, so they're just rerouting the traffic so it doesn't have to make that weird turn.
We have merged with the traffic to run the Magic Kingdom at this point. There's more prep stuff for the race.
All of this is race, all the porta potties here for the racers. You got another medical tent over there. We got some water tables being set up. All of this space, this is the World Drive. This is the main thoroughfare into Walt Disney World. Will be filled with runners.
Will be close to car traffic.
Even for tomorrow, for the 10K, because at one point they do come out and they go back. They actually run back, not the section we're in right now, but in the further section down World Drive. So my very first 10K, it was extremely exciting to actually run on this road, because back then the starting line was not at Epcot, it was in the Magic Kingdom, and we ran this way all the way to Hollywood Studios. And after Hollywood Studios, we ran through Boardwalk and out to Epcot where it ended. So that was my first 10K run. And it was just kind of cool to be able to run on World Drive with all the other runners. It was just an interesting thing to do. So
if you stay off property and you normally come in via Western Way, that will be completely closed off from 4 a.m. until noon on Sunday. So
yeah,
for
so
the full,
if you guys are
for the
familiar,
full marathon, they actually close that road as well.
I mentioned it a little bit yesterday, but if you guys don't know what Western Way is, it's where you get. We oftentimes will tell people if you don't want to stay on property but you want to be close. Western Way and Flamingo Crossings is a good place. They built a whole bunch of other hotels there. We're going to take you guys over there.
There's a Target over there.
Yeah, there's a new Target that just opened up over there. We're going to take you guys over there here soon.
What else did I see over there the other day? There's a Starbucks.
There's an Under 5.
There's Five Below.
Oh.
They're working on, I'm not sure if it's open, but they have signs up, light signs on the building for a Five Guys Burgers and Fries.
So there's Flamingo Crossings is going to be huge, but that Western Way will be closed down. So you need to, if you're coming into Walt Disney World for Sunday, know that the race is going to run right over Western Way, and it will be closed down. All right, so we're coming into Epcot. Calvin has informed me that both the 10K and the 10 miler are currently open for April.
Hey.
I think the 10 miler is $190 to run. Yeah. And the 10K is open as well. I don't know, maybe if it's still open, maybe we can pull together some a quick little team. It'd be fun to do.
That would be fun.
Amanda, does everyone else even run for these 10Ks? Well, I tend to do the running, the interval running. So, yeah. Good morning.
Welcome.
She's just going to drop me off.
Dropping off. Take a ride at that purple sign right there.
Awesome.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Just in case you guys did not realize that, if you are dropping someone off, you don't have to pay to park. They don't have to scan your Magic Band or your annual pass. They don't have to see ID.
Now, Calvin brought up a good point. One of the benefits of Disney races, it's not like local races where you're running on local roads and they still might hit traffic going. No, they shut things down for their racetracks, for their courses. So you get to run in places that normally are open roads, but they make sure that you don't have to compete with cars to get in there.
And it's over here too. We're driving by so much more. They're set.
Well, we're here in Epcot. This is where you're both going to have your starting lines and your finish lines. So. So Anna Brown asked, how far is the drive from Flamingo Crossing to the parks? Let's put it this way. I can be at Flamingo Crossings and be at Animal Kingdom in less than 5 minutes.
Yeah, and then the other parks are a little farther away, but you're talking 10-15. It's not bad. It's really not that much farther. You're adding probably maybe 10.
It's still closer than where we live right now.
Yes, and here's what I will say. There is not a lot of traffic coming from that direction onto Disney property in the same way that you have from the Disney Springs area. So it's much easier to navigate. It's just that, less stressful as far as traffic goes. We like that space even before they added all of the additional shops and things around there. That was one of our favorite off-property locations, was those resorts in that area.
So this is the drop-off area for Epcot, so I will bid Susan adieu.
Yep, I have errands to run, so I get work done before the retreat, so.
And I will be in touch with you a little bit later.
Yep, you guys have fun.
All right, we're going to try to have as much fun as possible.
They have the signs up for the 10K finish line or start line or whatever that is.
Oh yeah, the finish line's already up. All right, make sure I've got my mask with me, just make sure we're good. All right, I'll talk to you later.
Bye.
All right, so that is our commute. normally. So when I have to tell you guys, all right, I'm running late, I just left the house, that's what you're looking at. That is our normally we don't get behind 3 paint trucks for 25 minutes though. That was new. That was a new thing today. So always exciting. All right. So I think one of the questions that somebody had was, where do we actually live? We're actually in the Winter Garden area, and the best way to look if you're looking to move into this area, I mean, a lot of people look at Davenport. You've got Claremont, both very popular areas for people moving into the area, especially for new cast members. We are in an area called Independence. If you look it up, it's a very large area, planned community, really great neighborhood. All right, and as always, when we go through security, we do not share video footage of security for safety purposes. So what I will be doing is let's talk our weather for today. And we're done with security. We'll go back in just a moment. Highs today also looking. That's not the right one. Doo-doo-doo. Wrong one. Let's get to the right one. It helps if I have the right weather report. How about that one? I like that one much better. Here we go. High 75 degrees today. Partly cloudy.
Good morning, guys. Welcome.
Good morning. What's up, man?
Thank you.
Hello. Doing good. How are you? Oh. Should be a really easy search. It's only one thing in the bag.
You're all set, sir. Have a nice day, okay?
Thank you. All right. It's always interesting when they have to ask to search the bag and there's nothing in my bag. Still have Christmas decor up here. That's interesting. No point in waiting in long lines. Epcot, they're all scattered. So just walk the further down. You can usually walk right on in. So I threw on an old Magic Band today just to have one until I link one of my newer ones. I have no idea if this is going to work or not. We're going to try. Good morning. Old Magic Band. Let's see if this one works. Perfect. Thank you. It worked. Woo! Here's just show you. Once they're linked, unless you unlink them, they're all going to continue to work forever. So welcome in everybody to Epcot. Good to have you. Good morning, Patricia.
Welcome in, Trevor. How are you doing today, sir? Good to see you.
Thanks for visiting us today. For the safety and health of everyone.
We got up this morning, Dave, and it was 7? 7? There's not enough digits. I'm sorry, I cannot process that temperature. I need more data. 7? That's like, can you call me? My number is 4078. I need, there's not enough digits there. Good morning, Randy. Trevor's going to be in Epcot a little bit later. Going to do some content. Welcome in, Sonia. Good to see you. Our monorail coming back around. Monorail Peach. Good morning, Aaron P. How are you? Happy New Year. Buen año nuevo. The Festival of Chris copyright strike. Sarah says, I am also living with the air hurts your face. Oh, that's not funny, but it is. Steven says it's a nice brisk 65 in Houston. Calvin says, where are we headed this morning, Chris? Not that I'm stream stalking or anything. Well, I thought it might be kind of fun, Calvin. I don't know about you, but I feel like yesterday we got to ride Kilimanjaro Safaris, but that was about it. We didn't get to ride anything else, and I think this stream deserves to ride rides. I think they deserve to ride good rides, and I think they deserve to ride new rides. So we got everybody back here. There we go. I'm vertical. Why am I vertical? What's going on? Help me out here. You guys are fine. There we go. My camera's acting kind of funky this morning. I thought it would be fun if maybe you guys wanted to go to France. So let me know in the chat if you guys would like to ride Ratatouille this morning. You know, that is, of course, if somebody got up this morning and made sure we had a boarding group. So throw me a hands up in the chat. Throw me some little cute rat emoticons, whatever. Let me know if you guys are interested in riding Ratatouille today. I mean, if not, I can always ride it after the stream is over. I won't bore you with it if you guys aren't interested, but what do you say, Calvin? Shall we go ride Ratatouille? So yeah, Jill, Wiz, Disney Dad, all bringing up the fact that we're no longer going to be going virtual on Remy. So opening it up standby again. Let's go see our seagull friends for a second. Since we don't ever get to take you guys on the seas. Major stream killer on the inside. So are they going to get rid of all the virtual then? I think I don't, well, at that point, there won't be any virtuals anymore. So there they go. Mine. Good morning, Diane. Welcome in. Welcome to Epcot. Look how beautiful it is today, Garrett. So Susan has a few more things to do to get ready for this weekend for our upcoming Travelmation retreat. So again, it's me by myself. How would you guys like it if we had somebody join me today? Maybe a special guest who could help give us some alternative viewpoints. I'm hoping we're going to have our special guest join us here soon.
People that didn't work and could come. So I came to Disney. Yeah, I didn't tell you about Disney because
All right, so I want to check one other thing over here. A couple of things. First of all, again, everybody who joined the stream for the first time yesterday and hit the subscribe button, welcome in. It's great to have you guys join us yesterday. And even today, we have even more people hitting the subscribe button. That just makes us feel like we're doing something right and that the community is being recognized for how awesome they are. When other people look at it and go, you know what, I want to hang out with these people. So I'm going to stand over here where we got Pooh over here trying to catch butterflies again. Poor guy. Butterflies won't be here till Flower and Garden. That won't be until March. Pooh Bears really have no sense of time. But if you guys are watching for the very first time today, we'd love it if you'd hit that subscribe button and become a part of the Magic Crew here on the channel. Everybody here in the Magic Crew loves being in the parks. They like to get away from it all every once in a while. We also, I'm going to tell you right now, we also are heavy on Disney news and tips, tricks, and things and how they work in the parks, and even including trivia. So I'm not the kind of person who says, hey, I'm going to go ride and do whatever I want to do, and you guys watch and you're going to enjoy it. Nope, that's not how we roll here on the Ear to Ear Magic. It's all about being prepared, learning, and getting to know the parks we love even better. So we love that you guys are joining into the family. Make sure to do yourself a favor by doing us a favor and introducing yourselves as a new subscriber so that we can get to know you, recognize your name, and welcome you in next time. Good morning, Captain Good Guy. Hey, you got to get work done, right? So go for it. you gotta love him. He tries so hard. There are no butterflies, but he tries. He really does. So, speaking of people who have been here since the stream first started, but haven't had a chance to say anything just yet, I'd like to take a chance real quick to introduce you guys to our co-host for today, a very special person who is going to hopefully take a little bit of things away from me on the stream, because you guys get tired of this after a while, I am sure. So everybody say a big warm ear-to-ear magic crew welcome to our co-host today. It is Honk.
Hi everybody, Honk.
We got to get you a Honk shirt.
I feel like that character from It's a Wonderful Life, the guy that keeps running around, yelling the random phrase. I can't remember what it is.
Oh, I think, is it like a honk, like a goose honk, or I don't know. We need to maybe add sound effects or something to the stream.
That's an excellent.
Actually, you don't normally have to, because whenever you're around, they just tend to happen.
I usually catch you at the Magic Kingdom. We don't have fairies today, folks.
No,
Sorry.
no fairies today. At least the ones that will make the loud honk noises. So, how are you doing? You ran the 5K this morning, right?
Yeah. Good morning. A little chilly. Not 7, but a little chilly.
7, Dave. 7. I still think he missed the digit.
It has to be another digit after.
Yeah, it doesn't sound right.
But yeah, no, it's good. Well run. The 5K is one of the easier races here at Disney. You kind of get on the course.
You can easily run it.
Just
walk
go.
it if you need to.
Absolutely.
So it's a great walk. It's a great beginner race for those who would want to try it and see how it goes.
Yep.
So normally in a situation when it comes to race weekends, if I'm not actually running, even lots of times I try to run at least the 10Ks. I'm at least watching and getting an idea of what's going on. This morning, I really just needed to catch up on sleep, so I didn't get a chance to really look into it. Who were the characters? Who are our special friends?
Well, we had some special ones this morning. Italy. So we did not have any characters until we got inside Epcot. For those of you that aren't familiar, the route this morning started at the Epcot parking lot, and then we kind of went backstage and entered the World Showcase right around Mexico. And as is tradition, we went from Mexico and went around the World Showcase in that direction. So we got around to Italy, and there's this long line. What is this? What's going on?
That's always a good sign. It's a long line.
And there, lo and behold, is Pinocchio.
Wow.
So I don't think I've seen Pinocchio in the parks, I know, since pandemic, and probably a little while before then. And I definitely haven't seen Pinocchio here in a long time.
Now, I know Jiminy has shown up in the Magic Kingdom. Right after things open, but not Pinocchio.
Yeah, no. So we have Pinocchio, made our way around to France. There was Cogsworth and Lumiere.
Oh, cool.
Oh, before we got to France, Abu. There was a monkey.
I haven't seen Abu since Mickey's Not So Scary Halloween Party.
Now, here's what's really crazy.
That's 2019.
Abu had stolen someone's medal. True story. He had a medal. That monkey didn't finish the race. Where did he get the medal?
It was shiny. It was shiny. You gotta watch out these guys that are shiny.
So then, after France, we got to see Sadness, actually, which I gotta really wonder about Sadness from as a the right character to be on the maybe anger, maybe disgust, but Sadness. But so
we haven't seen her since they closed down the photo opportunity here. Yeah, it's been a while.
So we did that, and then we saw Joy, actually not far from where we're seeing Pooh right here.
Right here.
And I think that was rounded out the characters this morning. 3 miles, you can only get in so many.
There's only so much you can do with a 3.1 mile.
Yep.
So, but still, I think were there any? I'm sure you got some of the characters at the finish line as well. With Mickey or some.
So
of the
there were
characters.
definitely some. The Mickey and Pluto were up in the stands on our right after we crossed over the finish line. They did not have any in the staging area post race finish, and that's similar to what they did actually for the Wine and Dine back in November. They had set pieces where you could. They actually had a Mickey Golden statue, not as shiny as the one in the Magic Kingdom, but
like a replica.
Yeah, like a replica.
Oh, that's cool because you can't get close to the one in the Magic Kingdom.
Right. It looked a lot like the Christmas ornaments. So if you're familiar with how the Christmas ornaments looked a lot like those. And they had that set up in the staging area. You could go get your picture taken with that. And they had a couple of other set pieces. I didn't see any characters though. However, it was
that's unusual.
6:30 in the morning at that point, and I was ready to get back to the hotel room and catch sleep. So I may have missed one.
I will tell you this, as someone who goes to the race finish lines, even when I'm not racing, I take advantage of those.
Oh, sure.
Of those photo ops. And if there's characters there, I try to get photos with them.
Yep.
And here's the secret. If you guys ever go to the finish line and you're waiting for them to cross the finish line, if you wait when the first runners first cross over the line, that's when the characters will come out, and there's no line. Because the runners haven't crossed the finish line yet.
Yep.
So what you do is you run over and get your quick photos.
Yep.
No line, and you run right back over, and you can see everybody cross over.
And fondly remembering back when we had these Star Wars races, and we had a great time there. We'd actually have Captain Phasma come out. They would have the Emperor out.
Oh wow, yeah.
And characters you never see in the park. So occasionally, once we kind of get back into the regular routine, I gotta believe we're going to see some special opportunities there.
So I wasn't there this morning at the finish line. Did they have the stands up normally?
They had some stands up. It was a little bit of a weird spot the way they were bringing us in. It was almost like we were where the stands will be for Saturday and Sunday with the angle they were bringing us into the finish line.
Is it going to change it up?
It'll shift a little bit.
I was thinking I might even after if I close the stream out, I might walk by there and kind of look and see what the finish line looks like.
But the way the finish is set up here today and tomorrow is a little bit different, and then Friday or Saturday and Sunday the finish will be more of a typical flow because those races will both finish generally in the same way and the same pattern.
So let me do this. Let me turn this camera around so I can have a little bit better. I want you guys to see what this looks like. Oh, I can't do that. See? No. There we go. Look at all I have to go through just to change the camera. They got to fix that in the app. So I want to turn this around so I can show this off. That is but this is a solid medal. Oh yeah. I mean, the medals for this weekend are amazing. They're double-sided. And what I mean double-sided is if you look at the ones for the princesses for next month, the backs just have a design, but they're not colored, they're not painted, nothing. This
is the first race I remember them running in forever where anything other than the challenge medals had something on both sides. The last few challenge medals, they've had what they call a spinner. This is similar to what you're seeing here. And usually that was a big centerpiece of the challenge medals, like if you run the 10K and a half, you'll get a spinner piece, and that would be double-sided. But the medal itself was always single-sided. Right. This is the first time I've seen
that is a nice. You could put that on either side.
Yep, absolutely,
and it would be a perfect display.
Yep.
So I looked at all four of them, and I'm like, wow, it's like that's nice.
It's funny the way Run Disney kind of announces things. A lot of folks don't register for the races, and then they see the medals, and then you get FOMO.
Oh yeah, well, I wanted to run the 10K for this season, and then I see the medal is Oswald.
Yeah.
Like, oh man, Caleb would have loved that, but I loved it. It's a great looking medal, and it's a slider medal, I believe. So hopefully we'll get to see. We'll show you guys medals as we go about this weekend. I'll get more pictures and video over on Instagram and other places like that. We'll share it with you guys after. But if you guys want to see it now, you can always go to yesterday's stream. We actually went and showed you all the medals at the Runners Expo. So Michelle and other people in the chat are saying, congratulations on the 5K. Hold on to those congratulations as well because they get bigger because this dopey over here is running all 4 races this weekend. So he will be doing the 10K tomorrow, the half, and then the full on Sunday. So that's going to be, is it 5 medals or
6?
You get all 6. You get the Goofy too?
You get the Goofy as well.
Wow.
So it's kind of funny. My wife, who is actually going to be flying down with my daughter this afternoon, and my parents are coming in to watch us run. But in 2014, I'd had a chance to run Goofy. And that is, for those that aren't familiar, it's a half and a full.
Right.
So you run a half marathon on Saturday and a full marathon on Sunday. At the time, that was the first year they had Dopey, and I thought, oh, well, I'm not willing to run another, 5K and 10K. I mean, that's another 9 miles. What am I thinking?
Yeah.
But so after I finished the Goofy that year, my wife, the generous soul that she is, wrote down the things I had to say about, I am never running another marathon in my life. I'd be out of my mind. That suddenly showed back up when I mentioned that I had registered for Dopey. When it opened back in the fall. I was reminded of what I said. And I told my wife, I said, well, maybe this time we need to do a video immediately after the race. Kind of one of those, regret videos. What was I thinking?
But at the same time, as painful as it is, as exhausted as you are, the exhilaration that comes across the finish line. Absolutely. Honestly, I think if you want the regret video, you need to have it somewhere half a mile between the last marker and the finish line. That's where you need to make the regret video, because that's when you really regret things. But once you cross that finish line, the feeling that comes across you, I remember the first time I ran across that finish line. Now, that last mile on that first 10K, I was starting to feel it. And I was doing the intervals, but my run interval had slowed a little bit. But I got full speed run across that finish line, because your body just all of a sudden says, this is what you've been working for. This is what you're going for. I never noticed you could see the characters in flight from Disney Springs over here. But that feeling of exhilaration, that's not the time to make a regret video.
No, it's not. And honestly, it's just the, emotional, if you've been preparing, a lot of us have been preparing 6 months, 8 months for these races.
I know you've been talking about it in the chat for a long time.
Yeah. If you go back, actually, Disney is really good. Run Disney will actually give you a training program that you can go in and kind of plug in and say, okay, I am running this race on this date.
And you guys can go to rundisney.com right now and look at the training programs that they offer.
And they specialize in the run walk approach. It's a run actually initiated by a gentleman by the name of Jeff Galloway. He's a former Olympian.
He's the guy who, since I have been familiar with Run Disney, he's always been their trainer. And he has always pushed interval. He's always pushed the interval. You see, guys. Where you been?
I have been taking a big hiatus.
Well, good for you. I can't wait to do that myself.
It's good to see you, Chris.
Good to see you, man. But yeah, it's it helps to not do that. I've got to run the whole time.
Yeah. No, and the relative to the wear and tear on your body, a lot of people look at it and say, physically, how can you, run 48.6 or whatever it is we end up running by the end of the weekend and not get injured? Because, you hear knees, you hear ankles. Honestly, with the run walk interval training, it makes it a lot easier on your body. It does make it possible to do these things and not come away, injured and really hurting. As long as you've prepared, you've done your mileage.
All right. Are you still doing the 5K?
That's a great walk, right?
Yeah, that's a good pace right there, bud. he's got the 5K down. Good morning, theme park detective. Welcome in. So, guys, hey, let us know if you guys have any questions for Calvin about what he's done with the race, or anything about the races. I can answer questions, but I love it that there's somebody else in here that can share their knowledge as well. I can only tell you from a standpoint how many races I've done from a 10K perspective. So, I don't have that perspective of a half just yet, but one of these days I want to get back into it and start doing it. I would want to run through, like Nikki said earlier, I want to run through the Magic Kingdom. I want to run through the castle. And there's a PhotoPass photographer there to capture that, because it's a very iconic moment on the race.
Absolutely. But that's where you got to do your homework. That's where you need to work with people like Chris and Susan, because not all races go through the Magic Kingdom. You've got to target specific weekends if you want to have that castle moment. And, it's totally doable. You just got to have that knowledge and know what you're targeting.
So I got a question. When it comes to the training for Jeff, did they tell you how to train for that jump moment? You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Because here's the thing, when you get your PhotoPass pictures taken on the race course, they don't stop to take your picture. They take your picture. They actually have several photographers kind of lined up around the course, and they just are there to take pictures as people run by. But people love to pose for those pictures.
Yes. And
the one that I don't think I could ever do is that one where they jump up in the air and they throw their feet up behind them, like that 80s classic capture moment in the sitcoms.
Yep.
We're gonna make it now, kind of thing. Yeah. Exactly. So I wish they would train us how to do that.
Actually, the best training advice they give you on that finish line photo is don't let the finish line photo be you looking at your watch and stopping it as you cross the finish line. You know, and you're looking down.
I have seen those. I have seen those.
I've been those.
See, I'm not as concerned about time as some others, so that I wouldn't even think about that. Oh, no more Remy's Ratatouille adventure.
Man.
Hey, did you get a boarding group?
I did. Do you know anybody that might have been able to hook me up?
I think I might know somebody. I might know a guy. I might know a guy who's not too tired to be up at 7 a.m. or back to sleep. To sleep.
Yes. I have to admit, after the race this morning, I did go back to the room and catch another hour. Last night was a little rough.
15? Oh, you probably had to feel great.
So as we walk around, it's going to become a lot more apparent over the weekend as more and more runners come in. You'll see a lot of people wearing their shirts, their race shirts, or their medals. If you are coming for a race weekend, we try to suggest to people to kind of be cognizant of that. And, congratulate people. A lot of people, this may be their very first race. They've never run a race before. And the idea that they've completed it is a huge milestone for them in their self-esteem, knowing that they can actually do it. I told myself on my first 10K, I was like, I don't know if I can do this. I didn't really know if I was going to be able to finish it. I was really nervous. I did it by myself. I didn't have anyone else to kind of run along and kind of push me along. And I skipped every single character up until Canada.
Yep.
Because I was afraid the balloon ladies were going to come by and shove me to the side and laugh at me as they walked by. Yep. And these guys were going to come along and pick me up and throw me in a cart. I spent the entire time fear of that. So when I realized by the time I got to Canada, you know what? I think I'm okay. I don't think I'm gonna. There's tons of people behind me, so I actually stopped for my first character photo, and it was with Kenai and Coda.
Nice.
From Brother Bear.
Yep.
Now, that also meant that I skipped Oswald. In Hollywood Studios, in a backstage area, and I got so much flack from Caleb. Dad, it was Oswald. Oswald is never in Disney World. I'm like, I know, bud, but balloon ladies, dude. And there was a long line. I was scared to stop.
Well, with tomorrow being Oswald's 10K, something tells me the character's going to be around.
He's going to show up. Well, I got my Oswald picture the next 10K.
There you go.
But that lesson, and if you've heard me tell that story before, I waited in the long line. It was a long line, but I said myself, I had to get a picture of Oswald for Caleb. There were about 10 people in front of me when all of a sudden there was a murmur, and I turned around to look at the corner where it was backstage of Epcot here. Here come the balloon ladies.
Oh, no.
So yes, I was still in line to wait for Oswald when the balloon ladies casually, and they're not mean. I thought they were going to be like, these terrible like creature, like monster, like people who are like, and so no, they were just walking, casually and happy and smiling. But they ran by me, and I'm like, nope, I got to do this. But at that point, we had already all started getting the quick pictures. The quick picture things had started. So I got my quick picture, and I ran up and I ran right with the balloon ladies all the way from the front of Epcot all the way to actually France. It was in France that I decided that I wasn't going to pace with them anymore. I ran around them and kept going. So,
yeah, if I understand things correctly, those are actually folks that just volunteer their own time to come in and help pace the runners. So, they're there to help make sure hey, I'm on track. I'm going to finish this thing.
They're there to help. You know what? They were extremely helpful and encouraging too.
Yes.
As they were passing people and people were getting upset by seeing them, they were like, no, you guys have got this. You're good. You're fine. Keep going. So I was really encouraged by actually meeting them for the first time. Not that it's the same people every time, but, they sort of embody.
It depends on the race too, but sometimes once you kind of get into the park bubble and you're no longer on the roads, you have a much lower chance of getting swept.
Yeah.
Because what Disney's really trying to do is, number one, open the parks to the guests, but also make sure the roads are clear at a reasonable time, which is why we start.
They got to get traffic going again. Yep.
So you kind of check those two boxes and you get inside the parks and you're mostly okay.
So good morning, everybody. Welcome in. Glad you guys could join us. I'm going to stay right here for just a second inside the shade for just a moment more so I can actually see the screen. And thank you guys so much for everybody popping in today. Thank you for hitting that like button. I know that we had already hit earlier. We're just chatting away and having a good talk this morning, but you guys already made it possible for us to hit 100 likes. Thank you guys so much. Why is that important? Because that means that YouTube is now on our side and pushing out our stream to people who would also enjoy us and be a part of their day. So hopefully we'll have some new people join in today. And if you guys are watching for the first time, hit the subscribe button and become a part of the crew. We'd love to have you join us every Monday through Friday here in the parks. And we are glad to have you today. And I joked about this earlier, but we are going to be riding Ratatouille.
Awesome.
So I can't see the screen, but I'm assuming we're both in it. So I actually, just to be in complete full disclosure, ran into Calvin yesterday at the end of the expo.
Yep.
And he said, I might come over to Epcot as well. So this morning when I got up, I looked, and lo and behold, I found that he had actually gotten a reservation for today. So I pulled him in on my Disney Experience account, and we both got a boarding group this morning, group 10.
Awesome.
Actually, so we could have rode two hours ago. But you know me, I had to,
Hey,
I tell you what, it's amazing. It's like I said, it's the first time we've had a live stream where I had to sit there and make you guys watch paint dry. But at least our neighborhood will have really great paint lines in if you guys ever want to come and visit. So let's go ride Ratatouille.
Awesome.
I will tell you this. I know that they're talking about the virtual queue is going away as of the 10th. But even though our group is group 10 and it's kind of passed by it, they're still going to let us on.
Yep.
So they've been extremely lenient in letting people ride. Yep. So we'll go ride. We'll go check it out and go see what the Rat's got going on today.
Exactly. And, we've got the magic pass here. Where were you? Why weren't you here on time? Well, I was finishing a 10K or 5K.
Yeah, I was about to say, all you have to do is flash that medal. Get out of jail free card right there. Even better on Sunday when you're walking around with 17 medals.
Oh, gosh. The cattle call is
they should. Do they sell Run Disney back supports?
They need to after those.
So welcome into the chat, everybody. Good to see you, Kadani, Sean. Always glad to have. Is this our line to jump in?
I think so.
All right. All right, and earlier, let me double check. We're having a good conversation, and I want to make sure I don't miss anything that came in over earlier. Oop, that's not right. You ever feel warm enough, you might want to just jump in the champagne fountain?
And, Chris, we were talking a little bit yesterday, but, I have had, because of the races and everything, I am having to make sure I keep my carbs up this week.
Right.
So if Chad has any good recommendations on carbs here at Epcot, there may be an opportunity for us to go check out some carbs later.
Like I say, we don't have our festival things, but I'm sure we can find some carbs somewhere around the park for all those runners who are looking for some good stuff to do. Like, Nikki's going to be looking for some carbs later as well. So we did earlier today, right before Honk jumped in here with us, we had one other thing, and I need to make sure that we address that. Let's see, one other thing. By the way, Rachel says congratulations on the run.
Thank you, guys.
Michelle wants to know, what's your favorite running shoe?
I actually.
He's got on a pair of Crocs right now. They're not even.
They're the holiday Crocs with the nice furry.
Yeah, the furry holiday. No. So, do you tend to run in New Balance?
Yeah. I ran Goofy a number of years ago, and I made a mistake of not getting fitted properly. And after I finished Goofy, literally the arches on my feet hurt to walk. It was very painful. And I thought, well, no duh, you just finished a marathon. It's supposed to hurt.
Right.
It wasn't supposed to hurt like that, and I didn't know better. So as folks are talking about Run Disney and you're getting excited about the races, one of the best things I can encourage you to do is find a local running store. It's, it's not the cheapest thing in the world to do, but your body will thank you 100%, and it's discouraging if you've got a bad fit on your shoe to go out and do the work and feel like you're constantly in pain and you don't want to go back out and do it again.
So, I mean, how many different options are there really, even with like New Balance or something like that? What are they looking for?
There's hundreds. I mean, so it just depends on what you're looking for. Usually, if you go get fitted at a running store, they're going to ask you to actually run on a treadmill, or they're going to look to see how you walk. And based on that, they're going to be able to do analysis and actually tell you, okay, this kind of shoe is going to be the right kind of shoe for you because, you know, you tend to put your weight to the outside portions of your feet or the inside portions of your feet when you walk, or you're very much, when you're running, you're hitting your heel first when you step down. So there are different shoes that actually help you with those different conditions to make it more comfortable for you to run.
So have you ever been over to Disney Springs to the Fit the Run store?
I have not been to Fit and Run. I know it's there, and there are a lot of runners that end up forgetting things this weekend and make a run over to Fit and Run for sure.
And they do all that. They actually put you on machinery, and they analyze your footsteps and everything.
Yep.
So
I don't know that every community is going to have them, but I know Metro Atlanta has 3 or 4. To your point, down here, there's one at Disney Springs. I know there's at least a couple of others as well in the Florida area. So do an internet search and just see what's out there available for you, because you'd be surprised.
It does make
really
it makes a big difference. You can't just say I'm going to buy a $30 pair of running or tennis shoes and that's going to be fine.
Don't go to DSW and just pick whatever's on sale. I mean, yes, I understand some people can't afford the $150 shoe, but I will tell you that it will make a difference for you if you've been properly fitted. Regardless of where you land.
Welcome in, Luis. Happy New Year.
But yeah, we actually ran by Remy's this morning. They brought us in backstage and had us coming in.
Did you come back in? Because the race course actually kind of looked like you ran back that way, but I was wondering where it actually was going to be.
We started at Mexico and came around clockwise, I guess that is. So we actually exited World Showcase at Morocco, which I have never done before. We went backstage at Morocco, came across backstage of France, and then came back out here at the front of France, and then went back out again backstage at the International Gateway.
So the race course that I saw was correct, and they did take you back behind Morocco.
Yes.
And I've never been back there personally.
Yeah. Lots of interesting.
Now I've seen it. I've seen it because I've flown in an airplane back there.
That's a low-flying airplane.
It was when you know someone who knows exactly what the airspace is and how close you can and cannot get, we got some pretty good views of the back stages of Epcot.
Nice.
It was pretty impressive. And back then, when I did this was March of last year. This was when they were still building the Harmonious barges. So we got some previews of what that looked like before.
Back over the canal.
Michelle says, thank you, Calvin. He says, I know we have one close to us to try out. And see if you get fitted. Hope that goes well. And one other thing that I forgot I need to make sure to take care of, and it's also very important as far as what we do here at Ear to Ear Magic, and that is we just got a PayPal. We just got a PayPal. We just got a PayPal from David and Sherry. Thank you so much, David. I know David sent over $25 and says, have a treat today and enjoy the day. Thank you, Dave and Sherry. And since we've got a carb up Calvin here, we'll take that to the advice there and see if we can find a really good treat to share with all of you guys today and put some carbs back into Honk for tomorrow's 10K. So thank you guys so much. Dave and Sherry are an awesome members of our crew, and we have just been blessed by the fact that somehow, like everyone else, we just happened to find them. And I say that we found them. They didn't find us. We found them because they are just, like so many more of you guys, great to have in the chat all the time. So thank you, Dave. Thank you, Sherry. Hope you guys are having an awesome day today. So with the news that the virtual queue is going away, kind of makes you wonder. I mean, this is a pretty long line, even with a virtual queue. Kind of makes you wonder what's going on and what their plans are going to be. Because if you have an open standby, you got to put them somewhere, right?
Well, I mean, we've got Guardians of the Galaxy coming in the summer. And, there's been a lot of discussion around what's going to be the model that we're going to see when a new attraction like Guardians of the Galaxy opens with lightning lanes. Because to this point, a park has only ever had 2 individual lightning lanes.
Right.
Right now, Epcot is Frozen Ever After and Ratatouille. Would Ratatouille switch over to, or Frozen Ever After switch over to a regular lightning lane? Looks like the rats may have chewed through the cable, Chris.
What's going on here?
I think they're down.
Oh. So everyone's just leaving?
I think so.
It's broke down. They said you can use it at any time during the day.
What does that mean? We can just walk right on up there then and just sit for a bit?
There and hang up there if we wanted to.
So I'd say I've just never seen a queue completely dissipate like that before. Like, what was going on? Just dissolved in front of our faces. All right, so they said the ride is down at the moment. I don't have anywhere particular to be for a few minutes, so I say we just see what happens.
This actually happened to us the night of the Wine and Dine after party. Ratatouille broke down right at the beginning of the night, and we sat inside for about 30 minutes waiting for it to reopen. But, it happens.
It's probably like Rise of the Resistance. It's the one in which the entire ride has to be reset.
Yep.
It's not like some of the other attractions where they can just basically flip a switch and be okay. It has to be a complete reset.
We may have had another issue over here too, Chris.
Oh. That could be possible as well.
But yeah, no, Disney really, does a great job of making sure they've got a lot for the runners to do this weekend. For example, with the springtime race, they're actually having a morning yoga session.
I know, you could actually sign up for yoga.
Sign up for morning yoga. There's a lot going on at the expo. Folks were asking questions. I mean, there's folks that know a lot more about running than I do that are trained experts, and they do seminars typically at a normal expo. So you'll actually have Jeff Galloway or a member of his team talking.
And he's available. He's usually there at the expo to answer questions.
Yep, he was there in his booth yesterday, meeting people and talking to folks. And he's actually had some health issues recently, but it's good to see him back out.
Let's just be blunt here. He's not a young man.
Nope. But he still goes out and runs that.
That's just it. And that's just it. I mean, he, especially for someone of his age, to say, well, interval running is important, even more so when you get older, because we tend to find out that certain parts of our bodies don't want to work as much as they did.
And I had not realized this, but he kind of keeps it in the family. His daughter-in-law is actually one of the announcers for the start and finish.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, cool.
Yep. So his daughter-in-law was there on stage this morning. Had a funny story to tell about her daughter or son, I can't remember which, going and finding Jeff because Jeff was visiting when the hot dog dance came on during Mickey Mouse's Clubhouse and demanding that Jeff do the hot dog dance.
Oh, man. So Sarah had a question. Any dates on when Tron is supposed to open? There's been nothing announced by Disney on Tron as of yet. There are lots of people out there. I've seen reports and articles saying, well, it should be later in 2022. I'm not as confident on that just yet, being the fact that Disney tends to work in stages when it comes to their announcements. They tend to, first they'll announce a year, then they'll announce a season, and then as they get more firm, they'll announce a date. Well, we haven't even been given a year yet. So my thing is that now we're into 2022. Disney has not even given us a year. I don't feel very confident at this point. Now, that may change, but...
We know more about Guardians of the Galaxy
yes,
to that than we do Tron.
Exactly. Guardians of the Galaxy, we're going to be doing summer of 2022. But keep in mind, summer doesn't start until the third week of June and goes all the way into, what, September, August?
Yep.
September, yeah. So, it could still be later on into the season before we actually get a date.
Well, in Guardians, it's interesting, too, because since it's an entirely indoor coaster, you're not seeing the progress as much. You're not seeing where things are the way you are with Tron.
Yeah.
So you don't know how close they might or might not be.
So have you seen the videos of the inside of what it looks like for Guardians?
I'm trying to avoid any spoilers. I have heard descriptions of these set pieces in there just being gigantic, which, based on the size of the building, doesn't surprise me.
I've seen a few. I don't watch a lot because I want to have some surprises, but it kind of reminds me a little bit of Rock and Roller Coaster in the way. I mean, it's an interior roller coaster.
Yep.
So, but we'll keep an eye out and see. But it's good. We got to watch Tron get built before they build the building.
Yep.
So we got to see the actual ride and the construction of it. We didn't get to see that, of course, with Guardians of the Galaxy. Catherine says, I'm all about the spoilers. All right, so I'm going to pop this over here real quick. There you go, since we're here. I don't get a chance to do this very often. And that's a lot of steps just to make that happen. Wow, we're really back then. That looks much better anyway. Look at that. There you go. Of course, that's little forced perspective going on there. So, have you actually been to Paris?
No, I have not. It's on our list.
We went there on our honeymoon, and the only reason that we had a chance to knock that off is because I thought, well, we got to do something pretty significant for a honeymoon. But Susan had no idea of the planning. I did it all, and it was in January, so the prices were really low because it was off season.
Right.
It did rain a couple of days while we were there, but I got a really good deal on it. We had a really great time, but I would love to go back and spend some more time there. But we've actually been to the top of the tower, and being someone who's afraid of heights, it was a challenge. The worst thing was not even the tower; it was the museum. Not the Louvre, but d'Orsay. It's an old train station, so it has that that three-story interior area.
Yep.
And they have in the upstairs, the second level, a lot of the floors that are inside the train area are all made of glass. Wow. So as you're walking around, you can look down and see the floor below you. I did not do well with that.
I can imagine.
This is, now mind you, we've just gotten married, so we're learning about each other. This is the honeymoon period. And here it is, I'm supposed to be the strong new husband taking care. I'm like a wounded spider monkey, crawling around the ground going, no, I can't do this. And she's like, no, come on, you're fine. I'm like, it's gonna fall.
It is amazing what you learn traveling with your spouse early on. I did not realize I had a fear of enclosed spaces with a lot of people. I don't mind enclosed spaces, but when you start cramming a lot of people in an enclosed space, I didn't realize I had a problem until I actually got to Disney.
So that's why you love the Haunted Mansion so much?
Absolutely. But we were actually coming out of the Tiki Room, and there was a summer, or actually at that point fall, thunderstorm that came through. And at that point, Magic Kingdom was having a problem with its drainage, and there was probably 6 to 8 inches of water right outside the Tiki Room. And nobody was willing to go wade through 6 to 8 inches of water. But the shows kept letting out and kept letting out. And we were all under the awning. And I got to a point where I turned to my wife and said, we've got to go. I don't know why, but we've got to go right now. I can't do this. So the things you learn while you're on trips to Disney are amazing. So you've been to Paris, you've been to France. How would you compare? How does this compare to what you expect to see there?
We got our message going on there. So how does this like with Rian? Of course, being inside the city and all the things that are going on. It looks and has the feel of it, but of course, when you're going down into the idea of like across from the loop and stuff like that, it's all open spaces. But I mean, you didn't have music like this playing. So it's a nice little capture of it, but you don't get the bustle of the cars running by. Like when we went to the Arc de Triomphe, we went to actually one of our locations we went to was the Virgin Atlantic Music Store.
Okay, yeah. I used to have it.
Why would you go to a music store? But everything was in French. So I bought a Tarzan soundtrack in French, and The Lion King in French. So now Elton John still did this in English, but the rest of it was in French. But of course, Phil Collins is Canadian. He's French Canadian.
Oh my God.
So all of the Phil Collins songs were still Phil Collins singing,
But in French.
but in French. So I thought that was like one of the best things. But I think the thing I liked about France was just walking through the architecture. It feels very similar to it. You had a lot of waterways and stuff like that with the rivers coming through. It has a lot of the same kind of feels. The only thing is you don't get those open spaces.
How would you compare the crepes?
I don't know if they even had a crepe while I was in France.
Clutch the pearls.
I don't know if I went to a creperie. I guess they have just open creperies. But we went to just whatever cafe we went into. Sure, we tried all kinds of things. Yep. But I can tell you this. They got mad at us when we didn't order wine with our dinner. Because Susan and I, neither of us are big wine drinkers. So we were in the hotel that first night and like, what wine would you like to have? We're like, we're just gonna have Coke, Diet Coke. And the server was like, we good?
We're rolling.
So all right.
Uh-oh. Give me a shot, Chris.
Let's try to hear it.
That's okay, I got you.
Oh.
Just 1 second. Let's get it yours one more time.
That's the time.
And you're good to go.
Thank you, Liz. Appreciate that. Get my mask on. Get it ready. We're going to go right back out, but we're going to need to make sure we have it when we get into the other side. Welcome in, Diz Our Dream. How you doing today? Hey, I have to ask you guys. We got to go back out now. So, Jeff, was it your birthday yesterday? Did I miss opportunity to say hello to you on your birthday? If it was, happy belated. Welcome in, Mike T. Soak up. I wish we could soak up some Florida sunshine and just send it to people if we need to.
Somehow it's 30s in Atlanta today, so even
30s?
30s.
I think a good time to be down here then.
Yeah, exactly.
Sarah says, I just went into the Disney website for the first time ever. I was put into a waiting room to reach the page to try and book a room. So Sarah, yes, that has been that way even since yesterday. We have, keep in mind, we had new promotions put out yesterday. And so while I was streaming, Susan was spending approximately 9+ hours on hold with Disney yesterday and 3 separate phone calls to modify our current existing clients' reservations. And but every time we went to open a reservation, we had to wait anywhere from 20 to 48 minutes just to see the reservation. It's pretty frustrating, but that's why we were glad to be able to do some stuff. I still have to go through all the emails. We got some late invoices yesterday. If you guys are an existing clientele of ours for travel, we will be sending you the new invoices and your updated prices later on today. But it was great to see majority of all of our changes from promotions for March through July saved somewhere around $400 for each of your reservations. So approximately on average, I should say. So if you guys are looking to book a room and you would like some help and you don't want to do that kind of stuff yourself, let us know. It's okay. We can still wish you a happy birthday, Jeff. Lauren B says, well, snow is officially falling here. Yeah, the only thing falling here is the champagne water off of the Sarah says, I just wanted a ballpark price for May for Pop Century. Hey, Sarah, how about this? Tell me your exact dates, and I can tell you a ballpark price for Pop Century right now. You won't have to wait half an hour. I got you covered.
Yeah, Chris, I thought it was interesting with that deal. You do have certain resorts that are not included. Wilderness Lodge, for example, is not supporting that deal.
Wilderness Lodge was not included. And also, you can't use 3-bedroom suites, so the largest suites are not included in the promotions. And you cannot, and of course, it's always, you can't use the campsites, so no camping.
Yep.
And no Little Mermaid rooms, which is not uncommon. Little Mermaid rooms are often excluded from all promotions, which is why when we tell people, hey, can you get us the deal? And we talk about getting a reservation up. We always say, if you get a Little Mermaid room, expect the fact that whatever price you get, that's going to be it, because they often exclude it on all promotions. And that's just the way it is, unfortunately.
And obviously we never know for sure, but we're getting into that time of year where we typically see Disney announce, some of their price increases and changes as well, right?
I'm expecting we're going to start seeing, an increase in ticket prices here. That's generally what happens. Is sometime around January, February, March, you start to see a daily increase in your ticket pricing. They don't notice it. They don't tell you when there's increases in standard room rates. It just happens. And so that's why we always tell people, when you're making reservations, get your reservations in early. That way it locks your price in. So Disney ticket prices may go up, annual passes may go up. But when you put a reservation down, that's your price. So we may be able to bring the price down for a promotion, but it'll never go up, even if Disney raises their prices. So if you know you're going to be going later on in 2022, spend $200 to get a deposit down now, and know that you'll never pay more. You may pay less, but you'll never pay more. Because it's always scary when someone says, oh, I was going to do this last week, and now they just raised ticket prices.
Yep.
So and the thing is, there's never promotions on tickets generally. They always promote the rooms, but they never generally promote the tickets. They did last year for the very first time.
Yep.
Last year they did, if you bought three days of tickets, they give you 2 days for free. I'd never seen that before with Disney since we've been traveling.
I have seen it one other time personally. It was actually coming out of September 11th.
Really?
My wife and I came down, and it was this very similar deal. You buy 3 days, you got 2 days free, because they were trying to get that travel back up. And we're very much in a similar time now.
Yeah. So it wasn't unusual for that time frame, but I don't know if they'll continue to do stuff like that or not. Yeah, someone yesterday brought up the fact that they may have had such a similar offer. I have not. I went searching for it yesterday. I didn't see that as being promoted right now.
No.
So, well, if something happens, or if you guys ever see something that you're like, well, Chris didn't say anything about that, let us know. Michelle wants to know, is the promo for is the Polynesian excluded? I don't think that it was. Matter of fact, let me do a quick check and I'll tell you. You got it? Because I made myself some. So for the deluxe Animal Kingdom Lodge, Boardwalk, Grand Floridian, Old Key West, Riviera, Saratoga Springs, and Yacht Club, I don't see the Poly on there. So it looks as though the Poly might have been excluded. Welcome in, Pirate Tail Sailor, all the way from Maine. How's the weather up in Maine today? It's 75 degrees here. It's nice and bright. Yeah, I don't see Poly on the list. Good morning, Naomi. Oh, it's not morning anymore. It's good afternoon. So yeah, we're in line for Ratatouille. It did go down for a certain bit, but we're going to wait for it to come back up. So Amanda, it is something that staying on property is a financial commitment to not, not to take away from it at all. But we completely understand. But there are lots of other options as well. But I will tell you this: there are times where we have certain promotions and certain things you can do. Where even staying on property, even a property that's close to Disney, is even cheaper than, or as the same price as staying some regular hotels off property. So make sure you check. What you don't want to do is find out that you're paying the same price as if you'd stayed at a property that might have been a better suit for you.
And we're starting to see some of those Disney benefits come back too. We've got 30-minute early admission. We just came out of an hour early over the holidays. So as we head back into summer, who knows? We might get back to more of extra magic hours for park or for resort guests as well.
And for us, especially if you're going to have access to a vehicle yourself, there are some really great properties we can help you guys book as well that are not Disney properties, but still close enough. Lots of them over at Flamingo Crossing. So let us know. We don't just book Disney properties. We can help you with anything. So let us know. Depending on what your budget is, we'll try to find you the best suit for your family.
Flamingo Crossing, is that where Margaritaville? Is that over in that area?
Actually, Margaritaville is over off of 192.
Okay.
The Flamingo Crossing is sort of like a perpendicular. They do meet very close to Margaritaville.
Okay.
Not very far at all. But if you look on you know where Western Way is, right?
Yep.
So if you're going to Coronado Springs and you're driving down to Animal Kingdom, Western Way is that main road that turns right. You'll be running across it, matter of fact, on Sunday. If you go out Western Way, there's a small little area there where the DCP, the Disney College Program, new housing's there, which is really nice. They also have 5 hotels there now and a new Target, and all kinds of new restaurants and buildings are all popping up in this area. At one point, it was only 2 hotels, and that was it. We stayed there a lot, though, when we were coming down because they're Marriott hotels, and I had a lot of Marriott points in the day. So it seemed wrong to spend money to stay in a hotel in Disney when I had points that we could stay for free.
Yep.
So we love those hotels, but they've added several more over there as well. So Flamingo Crossing is just one of those areas that a lot of people don't know about, and we put a lot of our clients there who say we want to stay close, but we can't stay on property. And the great thing is they have breakfast buffets. If you stay over at the 2 Marriotts, really nice, and they have Mickey waffles too. All right, Sarah says, May 19th, 2 adults, 1 infant. Okay, sure, I can do that real quick. Hey, we're going to do it on the fly. All right, let's see what we can find. If you don't mind me sharing this on the stream, Sarah. And anytime you guys would like to have a quote like this, no cost, no obligation at all, let us know. Be glad to help you guys out and let you know what our ballpark is. So Pirateer Sailor says it is sunny, windy, and 34 degrees in Maine. So wow, being up in Maine and it's 34 degrees, but you're saying it was 30s in the Atlanta area as well.
That's still not 7.
What's that?
That's still not 7.
No, it's still not 7. Not even close to 7. Yeah, that's a great point there, Jill. When you get your reservations into Disney and you book it so far out, you can just say, you know what, every month I'm going to pay a little bit toward it. And you don't have that fear of, oh no, I have to pay 90% of my vacation 30 days before I get there. Because that only does that, mean that scrambling to make that final payment, But it also means you're a little cash shy while you're on your vacation because you just had to pay for the whole thing up front right before you left. So,
and you guys may have some experience with this. The using a Disney gift card to pay for a trip, that's possible as well, right?
Yeah.
So somebody wanted to give you the gift of Disney,
We-
you can't pay for the whole trip?
we have people who all the time will say, hey, for my birthday or for our anniversary or even for Christmas or something like that, we had friends or family gave us a Disney gift card, a couple $100 on it. They give us a gift card number. We use that to make a payment. We can take Disney gift cards toward their vacation costs. The only thing that we ask is if you show up and you have like 5 Disney gift cards, we have to kind of spread it out because we can't do them all at one time. Also, the other thing is you don't want to do that either. If you have like 6 Disney gift cards, the best thing to do it is what they do is consolidate them. Go to DisneyGiftCards.com, use their system, and what you'll want to do is you'll go in and put the gift card numbers together and they'll use a consolidation. Why is that important? Because if for whatever reason you have to cancel your trip and they have to put a refund back, they'll refund it back onto whatever payment we use. So if you give me 6 Disney gift cards and you're like, I've used them, and you throw all the gift cards away, and later on something happens and we have to cancel your trip and get a refund, Disney's going to want to put that money back onto that gift card. So the best thing to do is not to give me 6 different Disney gift cards. The best thing to do is consolidate everything onto one card. Make sure you hold that card so if anything happens and they put it back onto that one card, you're covered.
And you occasionally can get discounts on those cards too. You know, you go to a Target or a Kroger or places.
A lot of people use them. They buy them at Target and get 15% off. Yep. And hey, 15% off of a vacation is a huge amount. So there's all little tricks and stuff like that you can use. Michelle says we've stayed at the Hilton there at Flamingo Crossings across from the DCP. So. Lauren B says it's going to be 13 here in Tennessee tonight. In Tennessee. 13! That's a lucky number. Welcome in, Haley. Good to see you.
They've had cold weather for marathon weekend here in Florida. And I mean like actual cold weather, not Florida cold weather.
Yeah.
It was before I started running races. The first race I ran down here was actually in 2012. So I've been down here running 10 years now.
Wow.
And apparently a couple of years before I started running, they had an especially cold weekend where they had an ice problem. And the ice problem was because of the water stations. And as people were exiting the water stations,
they were throwing the cup down.
down.
It was freezing on the road. Oh my goodness.
You know, rumors and stories as runners go are that was the most number of ambulances they ever had called in a Disney race because of people getting injured coming out of the
because of the ice. Oh my. That is a problem.
Not a problem you normally have in Florida.
So thank you so much. Sandy Miller tipped us $5. Says thank you for much for all that you do. Such a breath of fresh air from the world. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much, Sandy. So glad you could join us. And you know what that means, don't you? I got to do it inside too. Everybody can hear. We just got a PayPal. We just got a PayPal. Look at it. Honk's got dancing going on here. We just got a PayPal from our friend Sandy. Thank you, Sandy. Appreciate that. You guys, whenever you do give PayPals and stuff like that, that does make a huge difference because not only can we use that funds to purchase foods and other things that we share on the streams, but if we have anything left over, which sometimes happens, we can actually use it to pay other things like application fees, cellular bills, or even gas going back and from to the park. So thank you guys so much for the support of the channel and making it possible for us to stream on a regular basis. So Lauren B says you can only consolidate up to $1,000 per card. That is correct. And she also says Sam's Club sells discounted Disney gift cards. So that's what we pay for our tickets in GD Plus. Very much so. Thank you so much for that additional information, Lauren.
The more you know.
And that's the whole point of it. Let's share and make sure you don't get caught off guard, right? Michelle's like, it's a PayPal rave. I can't even make a rave thing because my gimbal won't move. I'm trying to make it go doom, 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 and the gimbal's like, I don't think so.
That's not what you pay me to do. We did have some of the DJs back out for the start of the race this morning. So for those of you that remember from New Year's, some of the DJs, they were definitely back out. They were actually taking requests.
Oh, wow.
If you hashtag Run Disney DJ, you could actually send in requests to your Run Disney DJ for the corrals.
Oh my gosh, we have reached a day in our society where we can send in a text message to our DJs to get a request in.
You don't have to call in. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Oh, walk up to the stage. I want to hear. No, I want to hear Lumineers. What? Lumineers. What? Lumineers. What?
Somebody did request The Magic is Calling this morning.
The Magic is. Do they have that song?
I did not hear it. That doesn't mean they don't have it.
Hey, 69 is very close to what we've got here, Franz. It's still doable, still fresh. Now, with your newfound confession of enclosed spaces, how much do you love the hallways here?
This is okay. I know there's a path forward. I don't feel like folks are just going to be continually crammed on me. I think, probably my nightmare scenario are those videos you see from overseas sometimes where they use the stick to cram the people further into the subway. That I think that's the point where I would just
lose it.
Break down and it'd be over.
So Naomi wants to know, does the Steakhouse 71 at Contemporary take Disney gift cards as payment? You can pretty much use a Disney gift card anywhere on property. The only one I might be a little hesitant to would be places like Yak and Yeti that are not a Disney-owned restaurant. I still think they probably would have a way to do that. But I would have to double check that to make sure, because the last time, I don't think I've actually personally used a gift card at the Yak and Yeti, but Steakhouse 71 should be fine. Delaney Fisher is behind us in line. Welcome into the chat, Delaney. Is she right behind us in line?
Right behind.
Oh my gosh, this is a little surreal.
This is awkward. We've been talking about them for
We've been talking
long.
about Delaney for like the last 30 seconds, and she's like in earshot. So, how are you guys doing today? You guys want to say hello to anybody on YouTube?
I don't know, but sure.
Sure. Yeah, you guys.
Hi, YouTube.
So, where are you guys visiting from?
Oregon.
So,
Oregon.
Oregon.
Yeah.
Wow, that's just around the corner. You guys drove here, right?
Oh, of course.
What part of Oregon are you from?
The Willamette Valley.
So I was hoping that you could tell me a place that I was familiar with, and there's only one.
Or Portland, probably.
Well, actually, it's Tigard.
Oh yeah, that's Portland. Yeah.
So
We're
it's a
2
Portland
hours
area.
south.
That's the only place that I've actually been to in Oregon myself. I actually had some business there, and we had an office that opened there, and I had to fly in. And loved staying there. It was a really great area.
Yeah, it's very great.
Matter of fact, they got a real majorly good German restaurant there.
They do.
So I tell you, I can't tell you much about Oregon, but I can tell you about that German restaurant. So how often do you guys come to Disney?
This is only our second time.
Second time ever?
Yeah.
Okay. And have you guys ridden Ratatouille before?
No, first time.
Oh, so you're first timers.
Yes.
Calvin, they're first timers.
Excellent. Do we tell them about the drop?
No, don't tell them about the drop. Have you guys have any problems with going upside down or inversions or anything like that?
You're gonna freak her out.
No. This is a kid's ride. You're fine.
I don't think it goes up there.
No, it does not. It does not.
She would beeline it after.
And it's actually a great ride. So now, who is actually Delaney?
Me.
You're Delaney. So, do you ever watch YouTube streams of Disney?
Yes.
We stream all the time. So we do this so that people who are coming can get to learn a little bit about what's going on in the parks and stuff like that.
I love it.
My wife and I are travel agents, so this is a way for us also, for those who book with us, where they can come to the parks with us. So when our friends are coming in, they're going to be coming in February. They can come in and watch us. We ride the rides, we do the stuff, they ask questions, and we teach them how to do stuff. So when they show up, they have less to worry about, less stress.
Awesome. Yeah.
So it's a fun way to do things.
Where were you last week when we
So. Well, I was about to say we're going to be here from now on. So, but we are at Ear to Ear Magic. So when you guys are done with your trip, you can go back and have you ever heard of something called DDP or PDD? It's PDD. I'm sorry, post Disney depression.
Oh, yeah.
After your trip, you'll be getting back home. You'll be going to work or whatever's going on in the rain in Oregon, and you're like, you know. So what we tell people is when you experience that PDD, all you have to do is pop into one of our chats and ride with us, and psychologically it helps. So is there anybody that you did want to say hello to back in Oregon?
Can I say hi to our dad and husband and brother?
And what did they do that you didn't invite them to come along this time?
They're playing in the snow.
They're playing in the snow? That must be some really good snow. So,
We'd rather be in this.
well, thank you for popping into the chat. We're glad you did. And like I said, anytime that you have any questions, or if you just want to come in and ride some rides, and or like when we get started, we're going to do the Festival of the Arts a week from tomorrow. We'll start. Come back, we ride rides, we eat food, and we just kind of share stuff that's going on. And when you guys are ready to come for your next trip, you can go, you know what? Let's go check and see what's happening on the Ear to Ear Magic, and we'll show you. Now, we don't vlog it where we take stuff out. You get to see it all. So when the ride goes down and we have to wait 10 minutes, you see that too. So well, it's a pleasure to meet you guys. Thank you for popping into the chat. And now we're going to let you guys get back into it. Come on over here because you want to see this.
Because I'll get my way I want.
I'm a little worried, Chris. Gusto's has gone down to 3 stars.
Yeah, well, let's just maybe not eat there. They do have a rat problem. So every once in a while, Gusto will start to talk, but it's about 5 minutes in between each time. So we should be able to see him talk again before we leave the room. But I wanted to make sure you guys got a chance to see, because if not, if all of a sudden it started moving fast, you might not get a chance to see him talk again. All right, so you guys are now famous into the chat. People are asking questions about Delaney. Are you guys Orange Duck fans? Are you Duck fans?
We're beavers, actually.
That might start a riot in your comment.
You are.
I support all sports. I sported yesterday some. So
You're going to start a war.
So Randy, no ducks, beavers. That works out perfectly because they can go to Buc-ee's after as well.
There you go.
So. And I love the new feature we have now because I don't miss out on when you guys are so gracious and generous. Not only am I getting notifications now, but I can see it right there in the chat. So thank you so much, Rachel, for the $10 PayPal. It says, Chris, this is from Ben and Jaden, and me. Enjoy a snack on us. Thank you so much, Rachel. Appreciate it. And as always, we just got a PayPal. We just got a PayPal. We just got a PayPal from Rachel, Ben, and Jaden. Thank you guys so much. I love the sounds of the streets in here.
The ambiance music.
Every once in a while they have little barking dogs and stuff like that. So Ben and Jaded, I know you guys are excited. Your countdown's getting even smaller. You guys are going to be here in Walt Disney World in no time.
Food always comes to those who love to cook, but not to those who are in
So Randy brought up the Oregon Duck is the mascot of the University of Oregon. Ducks athletic program based on Disney's Donald Duck character. Only Disney mascot. I know that there were some legal things to deal with that as well. So welcome in everybody. If you're just joining us, we are in Epcot today, having fun with Calvin Honk Grimes. He's here to run the Dopey races, all 4 races over the race weekend. And he finished the 5K today. We're about to get on a Ratatouille. Glad you guys could join us. And as always, if this is your first time watching, we are so happy that you're here. We would love to have you come back and watch some more. So make sure to hit that subscribe button and join the Magic Crew community so we can do this more often. We're here every Monday through Friday. See, that always is what happens. Always what happens.
Now, coming up with the part of the glasses, Chris, do I need to get a set of glasses for the chat?
You know what? Yeah, we're gonna put some glasses on everybody else on YouTube as well. So we have 185 people watching right now. So we need 185 pairs of glasses.
It's about a tray, right?
Yeah, just get a whole tray. We'll pass them out. Everybody, make sure you put on your glasses. This is the 3D ride. Now, there will be a couple points where, especially around the corner, right before we get our glasses, we will have some connection problems. Something about that one stretch of hallway is a little off. Don't worry, keep refreshing. I'll do the same. We'll keep you guys going. So is that made of cheese or is that just me?
Gingerbread.
So gingerbread. This kind of look like a gingerbread, doesn't it? So when we vacationed our honeymoon in Paris, our hotel was across the street from the Louvre. So you could actually see the entrance of the Louvre from the front of the hotel. It's called the James Albany. Because it was. One little corner. There we go.
We need one of those screens like you used to see on broadcast television for like the end of the day.
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
We're experiencing technical difficulties. There's some weird music pops up. Yeah, that's what happens. Welcome in, Kasha M. Glad to have you. Refresh. Refresh. I'll throw another refresh in after we get our glasses. Oh, I'm glad you could enjoy it. Thank you for riding with us today.
Emil, you know, Remy's brother. For your safety, please remain seated throughout your adventure. Your hands, arms, feet, and legs inside the vehicle at all times. Oh.
So, Sarah, it actually put me into a queue. I've got like 2 minutes left for that same quote. That's insane. I can't imagine you have to ever do that. You should never have to see a screen like that.
Oh no.
Oh, you got them? Thank you. OBLD Media, welcome in. Good afternoon, guys. So, is it just the two of you? Are you guys okay if, since you guys are riding for the very first time, if I tell them that we're a group of four, that way you can ride in the front, we can ride in the back, and then after the ride, you can give us the first time review. How about that? Because we can talk about it all day long, but it's nice to be able to hear from somebody else, you know, right? Yes, Sarah, it's only, doesn't matter the cost of your reservation. It's only $200 down deposit to hold it. And that is fully refundable up until 30 days, which is when your final payment's due. It is a beautiful ride. It's a really fun ride.
Was this one of the first tracks in Walt Disney World?
In Walt Disney World, yes.
We've heard about this technology for some of the other parks.
Oh, yeah.
I think this is one of the first.
I mean, we first saw this over at SeaWorld 4 or 5 years ago with the Arctic Penguin thing. But it wasn't quite the same, but it still was a trackless ride.
It is amazing the dancing motion the cars feel like they have as they kind of get set up.
And here's something else to note. The cars, the rats, depending on which one you're in, they have different personalities. So if you watch them as they're coming in and leaving back out, they will do different things depending on which one. 1 and 2. Thank you. All right, well, let you guys take the front. Enjoy. Now, watch the rats as they come in and out. Some of the rats will be very practical and just get right into their spots. Some of them will swirl around. Some of them will be a little skittish, but they all, depending on which rat there is, they move differently.
It is interesting the things you can learn that are specifics about particular attractions. Like the other week, I did not realize it depends on which train you get into at Rock and Roller Coaster as to which soundtrack you hear. I had never realized that.
Well, like even at Universal, Rock and Roller, the Rip Ride Rocket, Hollywood Rip Ride Rocket, there's a secret menu. You can choose the additional songs that don't fit into the original sketch. So,
Or Wookiee mode on Smuggler's Run.
Exactly. Yeah, welcome in, Pirateer Sailor. Glad to have you part of the crew. Yes, it is, Sarah, and it's really easy to get on with a stroller. No problem at all. So, guys, as we're riding, I'm going to be keeping myself quiet. I love for you guys to chat as loud as you want to, but while we're riding, for the enjoyment of everybody in the rat, that's weird to say out loud, I'm going to keep my chat down to a minimum. So you guys enjoy the ride, have some fun, and then afterwards, Delaney and crew are going to tell us their first time opinions of what the ride's like. Good.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Go have fun, okay?
Voilà. Venez. Suivez-moi, je vous prie. The chef is waiting for you. This way. Attendez-vous. Il est l'heure. Les invités pour le dîner.
On n'aura pas idée en commun. Non. C'est pour un tout seul. Mais oui, that's it. Cette nourriture est pour nos invités, pas pour nous. Hey guys, the food is for them, not you. What are you doing, Martha? Que manigancez-vous?
Guys. got in here? No!
Hey, thanks for coming, everyone. Vous êtes toujours les bienvenus, chérie. À bientôt et bon appétit. Mino.
Bon appetit!
Be sure to grab all your stuff and watch your step as you exit. Goodbye!
And there we are. There is Ratatouille, Remy's Ratatouille Adventure. Here are the friends from Pavilion at Epcot. Thank you. Now look at the floor, guys. We've been miniaturized the rats, but all of a sudden look down to the human world. Whoop. Oh, the floor's going back to regular size. All right. Well, we met some new friends from Oregon here today who have rode for the very first time. What did you guys think?
That was cool. Really awesome. It was not what I was expecting.
No. So what was you expecting?
I don't even. I don't know what I was expecting, but that wasn't it.
That wasn't it?
No.
So pleasantly surprised?
Yes. Oh, that was a lot of fun. Yeah. Yeah.
Now, what was probably the best part?
I thought you felt so immersed in it, like you were in the movie. And then with the water and the heat and like, I don't know, it just was so real.
When you show up under the oven, did you realize where we were?
I didn't know it was an oven. Yeah. I was like, it's going to get hot in a second.
And it did. It got hot there, didn't it?
Oh my God. Yeah, that is super cool. I don't know that I've never been on it.
So that is what they refer to as sort of a what's the terminology for it? I just lost the name of it, but it's a trackless ride.
Yeah.
There's no track, but it's all done by computers. So they tell you where to go and where to look and everything like that. But it means that sometimes when you ride, you may spin a little bit more this way or be a little bit different. So if anyone else is thinking about whether or not they would want to ride Ratatouille, what would you recommend?
Do it. We waited almost an hour, which isn't bad for a Disney ride, but it's definitely worth it.
And it was down too.
Yeah, it was down.
So that made a little bit of a difference as well. But I think it was still great to be able to ride. The rides are back up and running again.
Yeah.
So next time, are you guys going to bring anybody from the family in Oregon? You're going to bring them too and let them maybe ride? So, well, guys, everybody, this is Delaney and this is Kathy. Thank you so much, Delaney and Kathy, so much. Thank you for saying hello in the chat. We do. We meet a lot of friends in the park. Matter of fact, we have a tagline we use in our with our business, and it's "See you in the parks." And we get to meet people in the park. So, thank you so much for saying hello. You guys have a great time. When are you guys heading back to Oregon?
Sunday.
That's way too soon. It's still going to be cold there.
I know.
You're not down for the races, are you?
So,
Okay.
yeah, he's going to be walking around with all these medals on Sunday. It's going to be funny. So, well, you guys have a great trip. It was nice to meet you guys. We'll see you guys later. So, I love the ride. The smells.
Yes. Yes.
The smells and the heat, and then the 4D features are the only thing that is really upsetting that I can't share with everybody in the chat. So
it definitely is one of those rides where you feel like you're in that moment, you know, when that mop spins you and you've got the little bit of moisture coming at you and things along those lines.
See, they don't know that, especially if I'm holding the glasses in front of the screen. They don't even see the little splat of. You get splashed with a little bit of mop water, and then they spin you around. So it's a really good interactive and it's a great ride overall. So thanks for riding with us today, guys. I think we need to get this guy over here, this runner, some carbs. Let's go find ourselves. What can we do? What would we snack on and grab for today?
Well, we got a couple of mobile options that aren't far from here. We've got Japan and America both have mobile ordering options if we want something more like that. You had me hooked over the holidays, Chris, when you told us about the gingerbread buttercream cookie at Germany.
I wonder if they still have it.
They do. I walked by this morning.
Yes, so we can get it one more time. I think we need to put that on the list because it will not stay long. It will disappear later. So why don't we grab ourselves a bite to eat and bring everybody along with us. We'll do some cool little food reviews, and then we're going to go over to Germany and grab one last gingerbread salted caramel whoopie pie, which is like probably one of the best desserts over the holidays, and it will be gone here soon. So if you here in the Walt Disney World area and you haven't had a chance to try that yet, try it while you can. I really thought it was going to be gone already. Lauren B says, just telling our 5-year-old that Dollywood opens back up the same time we were at Disney. So if we don't ride a ton at Disney, we can come back home and binge Dollywood. It's always good to have options, right? Oh, Jeffrey, it's getting 4 to 8 inches of snow.
Cool. Where, Alaska?
Crazy. My very first time ever to Boston, my very first ever flight to Boston, and I got 6 inches.
Oh.
And I had not driven in a situation like that where the snowbanks were so tall that you couldn't see out into the road because all the snow plows had pushed all the snow off to the side. So you had to drive into traffic to see whether or not somebody was going to hit you or not. That was a lot of pressure for someone from Georgia at that point who had not had a lot of, snowbank exposure.
Same here. Born and raised in Georgia, and I worked for a company at one point that had offices in Wisconsin, and they were wanting us to come up, and I told them, I said, guys, from about January to March, you're probably not going to see me a whole lot.
All right, Wisconsin Disney Dad, Calvin's over here talking about Wisconsin.
I have to say, it is very odd being here without a festival.
You saw the thumbnail for it today, right?
I did. The Festival of No Festival.
It's in itself has its own flair to it.
For France to get your Grand Marnier slushy.
Yeah, he's talking smack about your Wisconsin.
Uh-oh. I've started it now. I love Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
It's the snow that
okay,
like
he says, well, it's about 10 here, and wind chill is 10 below. 10 below. That's a negatory.
Yeah.
All right, so guys, I'm going to do a quick refresh now that we're back out in the full exposure. We'll be back in just a second. Don't go anywhere. And we'll be back as we continue to walk around Epcot World Showcase. Topsy-turvy day. Bum ba dum bum 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 bum. It's topsy-turvy day. It's perfect for January. Isn't topsy-turvy day in January? We just walked past a princess. So I'm going to take a backward step here and let you guys see a little different look than what it was for the Festival of the Holidays. We have our tents up for Disney art. So a week from tomorrow, all of these tents will be open and be filled with artwork from all different types of Disney artists. and you'll be able to see their artwork. And the artists will have signing schedules where they will be here in the tents. So if you like a certain artist, you can meet them, talk about, you know, what they use as their inspiration for the art. And then if you buy their artwork, whether it's an original, which there won't be very many of, or a deluxe or print, then they will sign it for you. So what a nice way to even learn more about the prints that you like, but then also to have them sign it personally to you. It's a great opportunity. And I've already reached out to a couple of artists that are some of our favorites to talk to in future live streams, and making sure we have some great one-on-one time with some of our favorite Disney artists. So you'll want to come back and have some fun with us starting January 14th and all the way through the 21st of February for the Festival of the Arts here at Epcot. Gabriel says, don't forget to look up today around 4:49. NASA's sending up another SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket. There's become a lot more common, it seems like, looking up into the sky.
I will say, for me personally, one of the great tragedies of Disney right now, and it'll come back, it's available during the Food and Wine and was available during the Festival of the Holidays, is the fact that Tangerine Cafe is not open on a regular basis.
Yeah.
For me, race weekends, that was a place where I could go and
get
the good protein.
Get your shawarma.
Get the good shawarma, yep. Avengers Assemble and go get you some shawarma.
So yeah, Orlando, just to bring it up, anyone who has joined us in, I think we talked about it before we got on the ride. For anyone who's joined us since the ride started, they are going starting January 10th to a standby only for Ratatouille moving forward. So that's going to make it a lot more available for anyone to jump on. I'm curious to see how they're going to handle this standby line. So we'll have to come check it out next week and see and look what they've done to change that out. Welcome in, Prince Ryan. Thanks for helping us out, for letting us things know that was going on. Yes, we did actually see Aurora off to the side, Sleeping Beauty herself. And by the way, Wisconsin Disney Dad says, so I don't blame Calvin at all for not wanting to be here in January or February. His blood can't stand it. So this is actually some of the first artwork that I have seen for the Festival of the Arts. And we got another one over here as well. Makes me wonder if this is going to be carried throughout all of the theming, the color palettes. Good afternoon, Matt. That says Epcot is his second favorite park. This is the park my wife and I went to the day after our wedding. Drank around the world and had dinner in Mexico. So it holds some special memories for you then. I think that's the same way it is for us and our family. We've spent a lot of time here with our kids. And as I've told you guys several times, Epcot is how we turned our kids into foodies. So, yeah, they still have their pickiness in certain things, but I don't think if we hadn't brought them here on a regular basis to try all the different foods at the food festivals, I don't think they would be nearly as adventurous culinary-wise if it had not been for that. We'll have to see, Lauren B. I'm curious to see what the wait times are going to be like. It's probably going to be similar to what you're dealing with Rise of Resistance at the moment. So you were mentioning some carbs in some other areas. What you in the mood for?
Do we want to try to see if we can see if there's any seating up in the upper area of Japan here? Get
Sure.
us a central location, and
That'd be perfect.
we could try here. Or
I don't think I've never shared any of the food here with anybody on stream, so this is a perfect opportunity. We all saw that tree reach down and grab your ears. I saw that. That was rude. Let me check out the Katsura Grill. Katsura Grill has sushi, noodles and salad, teriyaki, proteins. You can even get some yuzu miso wings. Gluten-free options. They have the shrimp and chicken teriyaki, the vegetable roll. Miso soup is gluten-free, and so is edamame. So I'll have to have Susan come check it out here sometime soon as well.
Let's see if we can find somewhere to sit up there and see if we can do some mobile ordering, Chris.
Sure. Got a little bit of a line.
Yeah, based on the crowd, I'm not optimistic on our odds of getting a seat.
A little bit of a knot. Wow. Okay. Oh, if it is something we can do mobile order, we can always put the mobile order in and then chill for a bit. So no mobile ordering? That line is the line, huh?
Our friends at Regal Eagle are doing it.
Regal Eagle's always a great choice. Nice and peaceful up here. So this kind of reminds me of the Disneyland water feature where they have all the Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs statues.
Yep, the grotto, I think they call it.
Yes. And the funny thing about the grotto, I don't know if you guys know about this. This is, of course, Disneyland trivia. The artist who made the statues for that, is it porcelain or I can't remember what they're made out of. Snow White is the same exact size as the Seven Dwarfs. They're all the same size. So if you put them all next to each other, here's Snow White, here's the Seven Dwarfs. Well, that doesn't really fit in the context of what's going on. So if you ever go over to the grotto at Disneyland, you'll notice that Snow White is at the top of the grotto. And all the dwarfs are down at the bottom. So with forced perspective, you can't tell that she's the same size statue as the rest of the dwarfs. So Disney uses that forced perspective a lot for that reason. So you want to head on over to
Yeah, our earliest that we can get over there is 1:55, so it's about 30 minutes.
Okay.
So
is that okay with you?
That's fine with me.
Sure.
We'll make that work. I'll go ahead and start making you order.
You sure you don't want me to put this in over here?
No, I got it.
All right. Gabriel says, I need some boba milk tea from China so
Just
bad.
bumped this to 2:15. Almost an hour. We could just go get the gingerbread cookie.
That's true.
The brats in Germany are
So have you ever had the kakigori before?
I have. Is that the shaved ice?
Yes.
Yes. I had that in October. It was fantastic.
And we always tell people, I'm not one who would normally like the idea of some sweet milk being poured on top of the shaved ice. To me, that would be like a mixture I might not necessarily enjoy. But I recommend it. It's like $1 more to have the sweet milk added. It's really good, and it's worth it.
Chris, how do you feel about bratwurst?
Bratwurst? I am game for anything.
All right. Well, we can have a bratwurst available to us in a little bit more than 15 minutes.
That's perfect.
And that's right there.
So a whoopie pie right there with it. We'll make it happen. Lisa says the little alcove with the table in the woods is a must-sit place for our family when we eat in Japan. It's very, very secluded, and It is very nice and just calming. I agree, Lisa.
You good on drink?
Yes. Gabriel says Japan to me is the most peaceful place to ease my mind, especially when you've got such soulful music being played in the background. All of us Wisconsinites love the brats.
This is my apology to Wisconsin, is having the brat for lunch.
He's trying to get back in your good graces. Oh, everybody watching from Wisconsin, he's trying hard over here.
Go Packers!
Michelle says that was delicious. Chris and Susan introduced us to the shaved ice. The kakagori is something that I'm kind of ashamed that I was so late in learning about myself. We didn't learn about it until we moved here. I'm thinking of all those times when we had really, really hot days. That would have been a great way to cool off.
That surprisingly hot day period of time we had in October when it was, in the 80s.
Yes.
For the 50th. And I was over here with my parents, and I actually sat in the American Pavilion here and watched the mariachi group and had some shaved ice and found myself recharged and refreshed for the day.
And to me, I know this is going to be taken bad by some people, but to me, that's actually a better dessert than even a Dole Whip. Yeah. Because the Dole Whip in that type of scenario melts so fast.
It's dairy. It can be heavy.
Yeah, so it becomes, to me, texture is all about texture. And at that point, you're basically drinking your Dole Whip.
Mm-hmm.
So at least the kakigori will last a little bit longer.
Ooh, Chris, I think we've got some excitement up here.
Your apology with the brats has been accepted.
Excellent.
There we go. So obviously we've got our entertainment out. I can hear the whistle. And we can still see really nice views here of the Harmonious stage and Spaceship Earth this afternoon.
Chris, if you watched Harmonious from the back side of World Showcase,
yes,
what would you recommend there as far as good viewing locations that aren't reserved for parties and such?
The best places that I found, a lot of people like Italy, but if there is a dessert party, especially if it's a private dessert party, they'll take up a lot of these areas right here. I tend to find, just like with the previous show here, I tend to find that Japan is a great place to watch from. But this is what I tend to tell people from. Notice, I mean, this is a circle. The middle float for Harmonious is a circle. It does turn into, with the use of water mist, a screen. Well, the farther you get from either center of the screen, the more of a bend of image you're going to receive. So the farther we keep walking, the harder it's going to be able to see that middle image. I say anywhere you can stay in between here and where you would get over Morocco, so you have that straight on image, that's the best way to go for.
And is that image unique to the Stargate symbol there?
It is. There are different images that pop up at what we call the Disney Stargate. It shows up different photos and movies on that screen than it does on the four tacos, as we call them in jest. So when you're looking for your visibility for Harmonious, forget about the side screens, because there's 4 of them, and no matter where you go, you're going to be able to see them in some form or format. Focus on that center ring and making sure you have the best visibility to that. So, for instance, when we start making our way over to China, you're going to be looking at it from the side, and that's not really the best way to go for it. Okay. So just try to stay. So what we try to say is go from America to either side of the country from that side, or if from the front part, of course, the same way. Try to almost like an hourglass. Think of it as like try to get that hourglass viewing, because if you get too far to the side, you won't be able to see that middle image as well. We can just pick one up and bring it with us.
Excellent.
We bring our own table.
I've seen on Etsy the full tablecloth and candles and little side pockets with the utensils that people are able to put over trash cans to make your own private table.
That is, I have not seen that. I would buy one of those just for the sake of it.
It's your classic red and white checkered tablecloth.
Especially if it's got little things on the side that make an extra like cup holders. That would be. I'd do that, as long as the people can still throw their trash away.
So, Chris, I was wandering around earlier today, and I noticed the ferry that kind of goes around the World Showcase here was actually not stopping in Germany right now.
It hasn't been. They haven't actually used this dock since before the park's closed. I'm not sure why. The Morocco one back and forth has always been back into play. They have not used this one since March of 2020.
Interesting.
I'm not sure if it's a staffing issue or what the situation is, but they only run one friendship boat. So it does make it a little bit more difficult because you only have that one to go off of.
Find a safe spot to sit here, my friend, and
We got to find something.
hang out and chat for a little bit, and we can make the lunch run as soon as they give us our room here.
We've got some Disney bounding going on over here.
Captain.
So where are we picking up?
Right here in the back. Right outside.
I love the seagulls. They're always laughing. Sometimes there's a couple of tables over here. I've used those because there's not a festival booth over this way.
That or over here just around the corner as you're heading back toward China, there's even some tables and chairs sometimes.
And imagine sitting down. That would be crazy. So you guys, welcome in if you're just joining us here today here at Epcot. That might not be too bad. As long as it stays in the shade. I've actually, one time in November, I stayed at one of these tables. It was good in the beginning, but as the sun moved, it was like I was right dead in the middle of it. This will work.
Yeah. Give a few minutes and they'll have our window open here.
Okay, let's turn it back a little bit. There we go. Full shade. All right. So I didn't get to say hello to somebody yet. Hello, somebody. I love that name, by the way. So do we want to grab our dessert here as well?
Yeah, we can do that.
Pop up over there.
Matter of fact, I can run do that and you can hang out with chat and see what questions they've got for you today.
So, by the way, if you guys are just joining, this right here is Calvin.
Hey, guys.
You guys see Calvin in the chat all the time. We gave him, it's not even we, it's Love in This World. So, aptly named him Honk because the very first time we had an announcement with a giveaway last year, we announced his name on the live stream, and as I was announcing the winner, the ferry boat went like that, and everybody's like, wait, who won? And Craig was like, well, Honk won. So, and I think that stuck. And you weren't even on at the moment.
I was not. It was one of those moments where I came back in later, and suddenly it was Honk. I was like, who's Honk?
Where's Honk?
Where's Honk?
We were talking about you. You had no idea we were actually referring to you. So he is here for the race weekend this weekend.
Yep.
And you can see his beautiful medal. And how heavy do you think that thing is?
It's definitely, I'll go quarter pound.
It seems chunkier than the normal, not by much.
Yeah,
but there is a difference.
And you're going to get a little bit of weight because it's double-sided, so you've got more raised stuff and things happening.
I'll show you guys the beauty of this, the fact that it is so well done on both sides. And my favorite part is at the top. If found, return to Mickey Mouse.
And that's something special they did for this weekend. They don't typically put stuff on both sides of the medals.
And I think it's just because it was the 50th, right?
I think that's part of it. I think they were looking for something a little special to celebrate the 50th.
Because they didn't have we didn't have a 2021 marathon.
No, we did not. And they're excited to be back in person. This is a big deal. The fact that we're back running as safely as we can, given everything that's going on right now. But I feel safe down here. I feel like Disney's doing a good job of trying to protect the runners and keep the event going.
I actually had some other questions about that, about how you felt, because I know especially you in tight quarters it was a concern for yourself. Do you feel as though that they're modifying and revising it enough to accommodate for that?
They're definitely doing some things. So when we're riding transportation over to the race, you're definitely asked to wear your mask while you're on Disney transportation, just like you are on any of the other closed transportation. While you're in the expo, folks are being asked to wear masks, just like you are indoors at other places here at Disney. So I feel like the standards they're creating in the parks are being carried over to the race and creating as safe of an environment as we can have.
Now, what about the corrals? Now, for those of you who aren't familiar with running or with Run Disney, how they work it out is you can't just have 7,000 people all out on the front and everybody just go. No, it doesn't work that way. They actually divide everybody up into corrals. Mm-hmm. And normally, I'm used to seeing them A through F.
Yes.
And so the more they, of course, will accommodate those for special accommodations, get that toward the front of the race, so they have more time to run without everybody else being in the way. They also have the fastest runners with the fastest time, who are the serious runners.
Yep.
Let go first, so they don't have. You don't have to They don't have to worry about running over somebody who's going slower. 2, person who's slower doesn't have to be worried about getting run over.
Yep.
So they will put you into corrals, and they will let a little bit of each corral go at a time. And so if you've never been to a Run Disney race, they actually start the race over again. And did they do fireworks and everything?
They did this morning. So I was in what they're calling Group 5 or S5 for this race. So they've moved away from just the straight letter.
So no letters?
Yeah, no letters. So S5, and these are larger corrals than what we saw with the letters. So, previous marathons, I remember letters going up to like maybe even O and P. And this weekend, it only goes up to 6. So, it's very, very large corrals, but they are, to your point, subdividing those corrals. So, for example, this morning, race started, kind of on the dot at 5. So, your first group, your S1, first wave runners start out at 5 o'clock. My group, I was probably the second group to come out of the S5 group, and we started at 5:30. So
when we say that the races start at 5 o'clock, that's when they start the first one.
And I'll be right back with food.
Go for it. So that they will do that, is they will divide everybody up into crowds, so that we're only having so many runners each time, and just make it safer. And I think that's the biggest, probably that's the only time in the race process that you're really required to stand beside other racers for that long period of time. So the corrals is probably the biggest concern. And when Calvin comes back, we'll ask him some more about the corrals. Glad to have you guys in, if you're just joining us here today. I don't know about that, Dave. I don't know that much. I don't know. But thought about buying one. Get back into the chat here. Hey Jen, on a completely different topic, all the stuff Susan did a whole lot more work yesterday getting everybody's travel taken care of. I was not able to join until after the streams were over, and I got back to the house, and I had my own phone calls to take care of and to deal with. But luckily, Jen was one of our clients. We did get things settled yesterday. It took a few extra phone calls. It took a few little extra magic, but we did get that done. And I hope, Jen, that you slept better last night knowing that stress was taken care of. So looking forward to you guys getting here soon. And Bailey, welcome in. Well, we're gonna grab some brats. I can't remember the last time I had any bratwurst here. So looking forward to that. And then we're going to grab some things from Caramel Couche, some really great gingerbread salted caramel whoopie pies, which are probably some of the best desserts that are available, but they're seasonal. So I didn't think they were going to still be here. They are going to go away here soon. But if you're here now, or we'll be here the next few days, maybe they'll still be around. If not, put them on your list for next year. If you're coming here during the Festival of the Holidays, it's the delicious dessert. It's so rich. It's so rich. So welcome in, everybody else. So I'm going to check real quick and see. That's so cool. So we've just wanted to check. We've added some new subscribers here today. Thank you guys so much for doing that. And to all of our subscribers out there who have joined us recently, welcome in. We're so glad you're here. And if you guys ever have any questions, we are all about having fun, trying out food, but also answering questions. So whenever you guys have questions about anything to do with the parks, upcoming trips, promotions, resorts, or stuff like that, feel free to ask, because that's what we're here for. Make sure we can answer all of your questions. Welcome in, Molly R. Good to see you. Anthony the Molar Man. How you doing there? Happy New Year, man. Good to see you the other night on the FE network. We had a great season. Looking forward to doing more and more things here in 2022 and continually adding stuff to what we have here to offer. So,
Chris, I might be bringing controversy back into the chat here.
Oh boy. What do you have here?
We have ketchup. Do you dare?
Do you put ketchup on a brat?
I do not put ketchup on a brat, but I didn't want to assume, so.
I don't know. I don't tend to put. I don't use ketchup a lot.
All that credibility I built up with Wisconsin earlier, the entire fact I just showed up.
You may lose it.
The fact that ketchup is even on the platter with the brat.
Now, I will say this though. Does that make it better?
I always go with the spicy mustard.
I think it would go better with it. So we've added some new subscribers today. If you guys have hit that subscribe button, do us a favor and tell us who you are. Say it in the chat. Let us say hello to you guys. We'd love to have you in and join the chat today. Like Mousepiration. How you doing today, Mousepiration? You had, I saw your post on Instagram earlier this morning, so thank you for tagging me on that. By the way, if you guys ever have any information or something you ever want to share, feel free to tag us at Ear to Ear Magic on Instagram. We'd love to see it. All right, so I think I need to, let me move this guy out. Oh, he's soggy.
That's not good.
It's soaked up all of the onion.
I think it's kraut. Cabbage.
It is kraut.
I should have asked if you wanted.
Oh no, I love cabbage. I'm gonna grab. I did not mean to do that. Just throw napkins left and right here. That little trombone. So let me show you. Let me get this in here. Megan's like, hey, I'm back for food. Good timing, Megan. I don't think I've ever shared this with you guys before on stream. So this is a good opportunity. And it comes with brat with sauerkraut on top.
I think it's what, paprika on the fries or something like that?
Is that? I don't know.
Let's see here. Hang on. Paprika chips.
Paprika chips.
Paprika.
There we go.
Folks, Chris has got to go grab the food. And here again, I may be losing my Wisconsin credibility. I also got the grapefruit-based beer here. Very good.
It's supposed to be like an iconic thing to try and to do here.
And it's you can find it actually outside the parks. We found it in Atlanta. My wife really enjoyed it the time we had it. She actually joked that it was a breakfast beer. It's grapefruit. Breakfast beer.
So, where was this at? Michelle was asking.
So this is at Summerfest, and that is right outside the beer garden. If you kind of go into the very back of the Germany pavilion, they actually support mobile ordering. That's one of the reasons we made it easy for us today. We didn't have to stand in line. We were able to make that mobile order, and as we were walking over, they were starting to get it ready. And by the time we found a nice shady table here, our food was ready. So went and picked it up, and here we go.
Instead of having to wait for 45 minutes for
That's right.
some of the others. All right, so how do you add the mustard?
I just ran across the top of the crowd.
I would be concerned about that.
You're being more strategic.
That could be one word.
And this is available year-round. This isn't a special festival item they have. They typically do have a brat or something similar, maybe on a pretzel roll, that they'll have for a lot of the festivals.
But the festival will also be smaller.
Correct.
It will be a tasting of it, where this is like considered to be like a meal kind of a size to it. All right. Let me try the chips.
I feel like I have to go ahead and apologize now for eating on stream. I've never done this before.
It's weird. It takes some getting used to. Over on Christmas Eve or New Year's Eve, we had somebody jump into the stream at one point and goes, "Why are we sitting here watching this guy eat?" That's the $64,000 question right there. It's always the thing.
Chris, the question is, why are we not sitting here watching this man?
We want you guys to watch us eat so that it gives you ideas. So when you guys get here to eat, you already know what you want to do. Bailey mentioned the idea that same thing about the grapefruit beer. I think we've even actually seen it on the shelves here at a couple places.
Mm-hmm. I think it's a little more kraut than is mechanically feasible.
This is the only reason I moved it to the side to add the mustard. As if not, I would get a big old bite of nothing but kraut and mustard. Guess that would be custard.
It's interesting as we get further into the weekend. Obviously, this morning with the 10K or with the 5K, we were coming through the park. We started at 5:30. We were probably coming through this area. I'd say probably 6:30 at the latest. Coming through here. Nothing's open yet. Mm-hmm. However, as you get into the weekend, especially with the marathon coming through the World Showcase, there is opportunity to stop at the side of the road and pick up a beverage and, continue your marathon with a beverage. It's been known to happen.
Is that wise?
I don't know if it's wise or not. Depending on what your state of mind at that point is, it may be advisable. It really just kind of depends on where you are. Do you need a little help getting over that finish line? Well, then maybe the margarita from Mexico will get you there.
Or if you have too many of those, you're going to need other help.
That's also true.
Of course, say I've never run one of the longer races, so every time I run through one of the parks, it's been closed. Mm-hmm. So how does that work? If you're running a race in which the park has open?
So typically they'll have kind of a lane, if you will, that they'll have for the runners, and they'll be trying to watch for the runners coming, and they'll even have specific spots where guests can cross over the traffic from the runners, but they'll try to put a priority on making sure those runners can get through there safely without having people cut them off and get in the way. It just kind of depends on what time of day you're dealing with. God bless them, the international program folks. It'd be great to have them back, because when we would run through World Showcase in the mornings, especially before the park opened, you would actually have the folks from these various countries out waving the flag for their country and cheering the runners on and things like that. And we still had cast members out this morning doing that.
The cast members are extremely supportive along the race.
Absolutely. But there's just something special about going through the World Showcase and actually having people from those countries out cheering the runners as we go by and being engaged and being involved, because it's really, really kind of a cool experience, that you see, especially pre-park opening, when those are the only folks kind of out here in this section of the park.
So, since you've run the 5K this morning, I don't think you ever had a chance to run one of the 5Ks when they were through Animal Kingdom, but they used to have a little bit of variety. And to the point where used to, the race course was specifically an Animal Kingdom 5K race. So now they've sort of condensed it. They've made it a little bit easier by using the same starting lines or the same finish lines, so that they won't have too much, work because they have to do the setup and breakdown. But do you feel as though that's a good thing, or do you think it kind of takes away from the fact that you don't have as much variety running around?
I don't think the lack of variety on a specific weekend is necessarily a bad thing, because you do kind of get into a groove of knowing where you're going. You have a general feel for how things are going to work, and you're not
especially if you're doing a challenge. If you're doing this challenge and you're going to the same space every time,
you get in a rhythm. You figure it out, and you're not surprised. Generally, okay, if I'm on the bus by 3:15, I'm fine getting to where I need to be on time. I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to figure it out every day. I would say that there's something to be said about having unique destinations for particular race weekends. So, for example, this upcoming springtime race, what I'm anticipating is Expedition Everest 5K scavenger hunt. That's going to be at Animal Kingdom.
Right.
That's a nighttime race. That's something special about that. That seems to be somewhat of a no-brainer. I'm interested to see what they do with the Tower of Terror 10 miler as far as the course. That used to focus a lot on Hollywood Studios. Something that I really was looking forward to back in 2020, when the first Star Wars race went virtual. That was canceled.
Yeah.
So that was the first race that was actually canceled. They didn't even give us a virtual option there. They've yet to have a race go through Galaxy's Edge, as far as a course. We've not had a chance to run through Batuu. That needs to be a shirt, run through Batuu. But yeah, so I'm interested to see if we get opportunities like that with some of these special races like the Tower of Terror 10 miler, with it being a Hollywood Studios focused race. If that's logistically something they can work out, get us back into some of those areas where you don't typically get to run. And that makes that race something a little special, that weekend something a little bit special that you don't get during marathon weekend. So the's a reason for you to try different things.
Because here's the thing, if every time you run a 10K, it's the exact same course, what is the draw for you to come back and do marathon, princess, whatever else? If every time you run a 10K, they threw a different character on the medal, but your race course is exactly the same. So some variety is good. Which, by the way, we talked about the fact that the 10K and the 10 miler are both open still for the spring. I'm going to look and see if we can find a business. If we can find a business out there that would help sponsor me to sign up for that and bring other people in from the crew who can sign up for it, I'd love to run that, and we could even stream it. That would be a lot of fun. So, by the way, if you guys, anybody owns a small business, is like, you know what, we'll take this as an opportunity to advertise. Let's get some shirts made up. We'll put them on everybody, and we'll make a big old. I want to say run out of it, but that's really what it is.
That's true.
So I think it would be a lot of fun to do, because I enjoy sharing all aspects of what we have here at Walt Disney World, and I think Run Disney is a very important part of it as well. They have 4 races, usually 4 race weekends every year, and something to be aware of. So John Riley wanted to know, because I'm kind of catching up in the chat.
Yeah.
John Riley wanted to know: is this part of your preparation for the races?
The beer and brat?
Yeah, the beer and brat.
Yes, absolutely. This is good protein, good carbs, a little beer to take the edge off a little bit as far as being on your feet, but still get you some good hydration. It's grapefruit, it's fruit, right? So it's all good.
There was also, I think Gabriel asked a question, and we talked about this before. Make sure you guys are aware of the fact that the 5K, you can speed walk it.
Yes, absolutely.
But you don't even have to speed walk.
No.
There are people who just take a casual walk for the 5K.
My pace this morning was something around a 17 to 18 minute mile. And I had no problems finishing well ahead of a lot of folks that were out there, and had no risk of the last group catching up with me or anything. And that's it, it was intentional to go slow, bank that energy for later in the weekend. And you got to have a strategy when you're coming down, especially for these challenge races. They're great events. They're fantastic. But don't expect to come down and run your best race and your maximum effort for every single one of them. You need to target one. You need to figure out what it is you want to do. What's your goal? What do you want to achieve? Do you just want to come down and have a good time? That's fine.
Because here's the thing. There are people who run these races for the sheer fact of being in the parks and seeing the characters.
Yep. That's
stopping at a race to see Dopey or to hang out with Captain Jack Sparrow is part of the experience. I really missed that on my first 10K. I was so scared about doing a good time, making sure I did it right, that I missed the point of it being a Run Disney race.
Yep. And I even this morning, I found myself not wanting, it's just so hard to make yourself want to stop to take advantage of that. But there are very opportunities you're not going to get any other time.
My very first race, the very first character stop, I refused to stop at because the line was extremely long. It was the Three Little Pigs.
Oh my goodness.
You ever had a picture with the Three Little Pigs?
I would say no.
Have you guys? Let me know. Let me know in the chat. Who in the chat has ever seen and or taken a picture with the Three Little Pigs from Walt Disney?
Now, I've seen a lot of pictures of the Three Little Pigs around the time the park was opening. So I do wonder, with it being the 50th anniversary, could we see some pigs on the course, let's say for the half of the floor?
Could be.
It wouldn't be the craziest thing.
Now, I ran past the Three Little Pigs my first race. But because I'm a blogger, social media person, I took pictures. I run to the side, wait for people to switch, so get a picture of the characters with nobody in it. Keep running. I posted pictures. My buddy Kenny.
Mm-hmm.
If you guys know Kenny the Pirate. Kenny, he knows his characters. He has his own character app and everything. He contacted me like, dude, you ran past the Three Little Pigs? I'm like, yeah, I didn't stop. But he goes, that would have been the best character interaction you could have had. He says, they never have the Three Little Pigs. So even Kenny was like, you missed out on it.
Well, and there's even some, kind of regular park experiences that are special because they're happening during a race. It's not going to be able to happen this weekend, but in the past, Expedition Everest would sometimes be open, and you would have runners getting on Expedition Everest.
And riding. I've heard of that. And riding it. Wow.
And so you come home and your ride photo is nothing but marathon runners in your train. The whole, not just the car, the whole train is nothing but runners. And it's just an experience you're not going to get any other time. Sure, you can run Expedition Everest and ride it and do it any time. But doing it during a race is something you can only do here.
But you can't do it this year.
Not this year.
You know why you can't do it this year?
Are they fixing the Yeti, Chris?
That's fine.
No.
I just covered up punk.
Mike Wazowski.
I was in an ad. It's closed. It's closed now to the mid of April.
Too disappointing. But yeah, so that would be a thing we would see on Marathon Weekend. Is we would see runners. I was actually on a flight down yesterday, and somebody was talking about riding Tower of Terror during the half of the floor. And I've got some particular goals that I'm looking to hit this time, so I'm not sure if that's something I'm going to try to take advantage of or not. It'd be more during the full. And but there again, special opportunity. Ride that ride, get that ride photo with the brace bib on.
So, by the way, crew's up. How's it going, crew? Good to see you. See if I had somebody was talking about. Welcome, Laura. Welcome in. Good to have you. Michelle says, "I wish they would bring Oswald into the parks." So, Oswald was during my first 10K, and then the next year during the Wine and Dime, he was also in the 10K. He was in Epcot, backstage of Epcot.
Mm-hmm.
So I got a picture with Oswald, but he doesn't show up a lot. But tomorrow, 10K, is the Oswald 10K. So does that pretty much guarantee that if they name a race theme after a character, that character would show up?
Well, there's good news and bad news if the character is the named character for the race. I would say you've got high probability that Oswald is going to be there tomorrow. I would say you have low probability that he is going to be just a standard character meet and greet on the side of the race course at some point, because he has hosting responsibilities. They'll bring Oswald up on the stage to help start the race. And like, for example, this morning with Pluto and Mickey, because, Pluto needs some supervision, were actually waiting for us at the finish line as well. So Pluto was there at the start and had the paws in the air, showing us, that we're ready to go. And once we kind of got going and toward the finish, there was Mickey and Pluto waiting for us. So, they're definitely there. But when they are the named character for the race, it honestly changes up what your opportunity for interaction is going to be.
Because they have other things they have to do.
Yep.
Now, what about what they were wearing? Was Mickey in his normal runner's gear?
We were definitely iridescent this morning.
Really?
Oh, yeah. We were definitely iridescent.
Like fancy iridescent or sports iridescent?
I would say fancy is iridescent. I think they were going hardcore for the 50th and, very much a iridescent style
That's weird.
thing. It is a little bit. You typically see...
I would have thought they would have saved that for like maybe the half of the full.
Well, he wasn't out on the starting. So, and Mickey is more the host for the marathon. So I do expect that we'll see Mickey on the host stand for the marathon. Donald will be our host for the half. And then we got Oswald tomorrow for the 10K. So also, if you look at the medals, though, I believe Minnie may be involved with the...
She's on the back of the full.
Oh, the full.
And
So,
at the back of the half is Daisy.
so we might see Donald and Daisy for the half and Mickey and Minnie for the full, as far as hosting and on the stage.
I thought it odd that during some of the merchandising, that all the characters were male. That while Daisy was in the back of the medal, and Minnie was in the back of the medal, the Magic Band, no Daisy, no Minnie. It's only, matter of fact, it's Goofy, Donald, Mickey, Pluto, Chip, and Dale.
That is odd.
But no Minnie, no Daisy.
That is very strange. And I know we typically see a heavy focus on the princesses for the upcoming February race. So, but yeah, I would say, they have done a good job of starting to bring some of the other characters into these races. Because traditionally it has just been Donald for the half.
Right.
So the fact that Daisy's at least on the medal and the fact that they're bringing her in, gives me some idea that we may see her either on the course or actually up on.
Now, some could say the same thing that during the Princess weekend that there were no guys on it.
But yeah, it's interesting how Disney does take opportunity, and they're a company. They're going to take an opportunity to focus on some characters. They would not have had Oswald on some stuff a few years ago, and now they have that chance. And it's interesting seeing it out here in Disney World because there is not really a lot of other representation of Oswald.
There's no Oswald here at Disney World.
Right. It's not like California Adventure where it's a standard meet and greet and you just walk in and there's Oswald.
So pretty good. Well,
so what'd you think of the brat?
Oh, it was pretty good. It was awesome. The chips, the chips are kind of okay.
Yeah.
They look like they have a lot of flavor, but I don't know.
It's kind of Ruffles with some paprika baked on.
Yeah. So I want to make sure that, while we're chatting here, if you guys have any questions, and lots of times I'm able to focus a lot on the comments. I want to make sure if you guys have any other questions for Calvin here as far as the races or anything else that you'd like to know about, we'll make sure to let us know. Jen, thank you for popping in. Have an awesome afternoon. Say hello to Chase for us. Sarah says it's died down at work. She's able to pop in for a bit. How you doing, Sarah B?
Sarah's got a new job, right?
How's
that new job working?
It was kind of not too busy, I think, yesterday, and she was able to go home a little bit.
Nice.
So I guess that could be a good or a bad thing, depending on how you look at it. So any other race questions before we move on to dessert? All right. You want me to take care of this way?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, sir. car are we at? So now that Chris is away, should we put the camera in a bush? Is that where Chris should come back and find the stream? It's waiting for him in a bush. But I will say, for those of you out there that are considering races, the first organized race I ever did was actually a Run Disney race, and that's what number one convinced me that I can do it, that it is possible.
Can do it.
Yep, and just the way they support the runners. See, we were talking a little bit earlier about the fact they shut down the roads, and you don't have the sharing a lot of roadway and raceway with other cars and things like that. That gives you a greater sense of security. The first aid stations, the water stops, they're where they're supposed to be. You're not going to come up on a thing that's supposed to be there and suddenly find out that it's not. So Disney will really, really tell you and set the right expectations so that you can plan and be successful.
They provide stuff there. There's always somebody along the course. If you need help, there's always somebody there to pick you up and to help you out. And the funny thing is,
I might have threatened to put the chat in.
To the bush we go. I don't get to walk away and hide into the bushes too often. I never felt as though if I felt like I couldn't, if I had a problem or if I got injured, that there wasn't going to be somebody there. But here's the thing. When it comes to being on a race course like this, what I found on the races I've run, I can't speak for every one of them. There's a sense of camaraderie that's instantly formed with racers. And if you are showing you're having issues or if you need help, I have had people walk up and ask if I was okay. I've run with other people before for a bit just to kind of give them some help or inspiration as well. Start talking among people you don't know just to say, hey, where you're from, and we're running for this one little bit, and then after a certain point you go your interval, you're back to running again, and you say, nice to meet you, and you're out. It's a great atmosphere overall. And you know that everybody loves Disney. So, you have a common denominator at any one point. So
I think Stephen had a question about what's a good time for the races. What should you expect about, what's a good time to hit? That really just matters on you. What's your goal? What's your objective? You definitely want to come down here, set yourself up for success. If you're doing one of the longer races, make sure you can hit that 16-minute mile so you're not getting in your head and getting worried about stuff.
Right.
But overall, it's just really about you. What is your goal? What is your objective? I would say, Disney races are probably not known as the best place to come and try to get a personal record, or you'll hear runners call it a PR.
Yeah.
And that's because of it's a little bit more crowded. You're coming through the parks. You're going to get to some points. For example, tomorrow, as part of the 10K, we're going to be coming from Hollywood Studios to Epcot, and you've got to come over that walkway.
And that walkway is not wide
enough
to carry. And so even on my best time that I was running, I get really frustrated because you have to walk certain areas, because if other people decide that they're in their interval to walk and their sidewalk's only wide enough to accommodate 5 people, you may have to walk for a bit. So if you're looking for, I'm going to be running and I'm going to have my best time ever, well, you might not be able to do that if you get to a bottleneck where a situation like that. And that was exactly the bottleneck that I hit, that I was most frustrated at.
And honestly, too, we've been joking a little bit about the cooler weather in some other areas of the country today. But, I mean, coming down to Florida, and we're expecting lows of 63, highs potentially up in the 80s on Sunday. That's not ideal marathon weather. You typically are going to be wanting to run more in the 50s and 60s for the marathon.
Get overheated real quick.
Yep. So a couple of years ago, the last in-person marathon they had a portion of the course that was scheduled to go through Blizzard Beach. And they got to a point with the heat and humidity where they actually cut the course. So folks didn't actually run the full 26.2. And, the completionists and me, and I think a lot of other folks too, I was not here for that race, but I know my mindset, and I would have found a parking lot and we would have finished 26.2.
Yeah,
I'm here to do it. So
you work hard to train for it. You want to say that you did the whole thing.
Exactly. But, that kind of stuff can happen here, and it can happen anywhere. But, you do have to kind of have that mindset and understand that by coming to Florida, there's certain known quantities that you're going to have to accept. And being Disney races, they're never going to be lightly attended. They're always going to be very, very heavily attended. They typically sell out.
Yes.
That's
usually same morning.
Right. So it's a little unusual that some of the races haven't sold out recently, but at the same time, Disney's may be throttling a little bit on how many reservations they make available. As
Or
we see
simply could be
conditions
just the ones that are open are for races they haven't had before.
That's true.
And it's not what it's going to be. It's going to be in March, right?
Very end of March, beginning of April, springtime surprise. So it's like March 31st, I think, is the is the Expedition Everest 5K, and then the other two races. And that's another interesting thing about that weekend is typically with
that's going to be a hot weekend.
That's going to be a hot weekend, but typically with a weekend like that, you would have the 10K on Saturday and the half marathon on Sunday, and then the 5K Friday morning. Right. Well, since they're running Expedition Everest at night, they did not want to run the 5K Friday night, have us wrapping up sometime after midnight, and then having us back on buses at 3 o'clock the next morning for the 10K on Saturday morning. So we're actually running the 5K Everest race Thursday night. So that's a little unusual because usually with a race weekend at Disney, it's 5K Friday, half or 10K Saturday, half on Sunday.
So they just moved the 5K from Friday morning to
Thursday night. But that does mean that you need to make sure you're here Thursday early because you're running Thursday night. You're not going to have.
But you're not getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning to make your race.
That's also true. So you get Friday. You get Friday off, and then you're back at it on Saturday.
Gabriel says, "I will power walk or 5 or 10K. My knees are shot. You can do it though. You can do it.
Absolutely, you can.
So, hey, let's go grab. Let's go see about.
Yeah, let's go check out some desserts over here at the Caramel.
I'm going to turn it this way. So see the blue skies. And when we've talked about the idea of doing races together in the future, I would like to see about doing that for like maybe the November race. If you guys have never raced before, I would love to make it a way that you guys could do it with a group. Feel like you're not alone, and we can make it happen. So we'll keep talking about that. You know what? I realized.
And Chris, as you talk about kind of getting together with a group of us, I think there's some interesting opportunities as we go forward to talk about. Are there ways as a community we can come together and benefit others? So I know you and Susan have had a lot to do with Give the Kids the World. And there's a number of running teams that get together and help raise money for Give the Kids the World to help kind of encourage their efforts in what they're doing. At the same time, having an opportunity for us to build a sense of community and do some stuff together as well.
I don't know if you, it didn't get a lot of knowledge or acknowledgement via the fact that what happened with everything shutting down. But our very first, we actually tried to set it up for 2021's marathon before it got shut down. We actually set up a charity race, and we had a team together to run the race, but then they canceled it, so we didn't get a chance to actually do it.
Right.
But it was for a charity called Feed the Hungry.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And we had a team for that. So very likely I would love to do, first of all, to do exactly that, is just have a team together. We can support each other, but then we could use that for good as well, to find a great charity to bring awareness to us. So, all right, guys, we're going to go inside to our Germany Caramel Kitchen here. And let's see what we can get for snacks, hopefully. So they do have, some of their regular fares, like the caramel popcorn, the caramel butter bar. But let's go see if we can find the salted caramel whoopie pie.
Oh, it smells good.
It smells delicious in here. paprika. I can still taste it. It's like it's stuck to the back of my throat. Sarah B says, I can smell the caramel from here.
I can only imagine what I got here Sunday morning.
Oh, smelling this. Wait, Stacy, thank you for joining in, Stacy, but happy birthday. But sorry to hear about your test result. How are you feeling, though? Hopefully you're feeling okay. So everybody, for Stacy, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Stacy. Happy birthday to you. All right, so the gingerbread salted caramel buttercream cookie sandwich.
Can I get you anything else?
I think that's it.
Yeah, I just wanted to say the whole thing. I just like saying the whole thing.
We could split it.
Sure. I can eat the whole thing by myself.
It would not be a good scene.
Give us 1 second per round. I'll put it down there.
That's no problem. Thank you.
Can I get some second episode? No.
All right.
Are you class holder? Did you see
Yes.
numbers? You need a bag. No, I
You get, I can get it.
plastic bag for your No, I saw it.
All right.
It's gonna be $5.10. Just the flight? Yes. Do you have any discount with us on your class? Is it a good card?
And is there anywhere we can grab some utensils?
Right here.
A couple of, perfect. A couple of those and some napkins would be great. Thank you.
How many knives?
1 knife and 2 forks.
How many can you juggle?
You don't want me juggling.
They're plastic. It's okay.
Are they on fire?
It takes a lot to set plastic on fire, but I'm always up for a challenge. Thank you very much, guys.
Keep our table still available?
Probably. Oh, we can probably let's look and see if we can find one over by the water.
Yeah.
Oftentimes you can find some over here. If they haven't moved them. Actually, I don't think we can be okay without a little bit of sun. Here. Stand on this side.
Holy smokes.
Hi, buddy. Hi, did you want some? We can't have any.
I'm sure gingerbread's good for a seagull.
Sorry, I just had to get some. I was hoping he'd share his with us a little bit more.
I cut, you pick, sir.
I'm good with whatever's closest. All right. So you've never had this before.
I have not.
So I need you to see the look on your face when you try it.
take off my mask because then that would be an entirely different experience.
It's like a giant oatmeal cream pie in the way it looks. Like a Little Debbie's.
It does. It does. It has that look. The texture's a little more firm than a Little Debbie.
Which is good. I gotta get some water. I really do. I think I have a paprika chip stuck in the back of my throat.
Oh my goodness, Chris.
All right.
That is ridiculous.
So I've described it. They've heard me talk about it. What about you?
Gingerbread has got some really good spice to it. It's not that. It's not to the point where it's hot.
No.
But it's definitely got that gingerbread flavor to it. It's even sticking around a little bit.
I mean, it looks like a giant stale Little Debbie's, but it's not.
The buttercream icing really helps kind of offset a little bit of that heat that you are getting from the gingerbread. It's not overwhelming. It's not super sweet to the point where I'm not going to be able to finish this. But yeah, this has really got some good mixture of flavors, sweet and a little bit of heat from the gingerbread. Just really, really well done, and very moist. It's not dry or anything, and they've got them sitting in there on a kind of a platter behind the counter. So they've been there for I'm guessing since this morning, but they're really, really well done. Chris is very choked up.
I'm going to choke on that chip for the rest of the day.
Chris is very upset that this is possibly going away since we're out of the holidays now.
I know.
This
is a great dessert.
It comes back.
I'm glad that you brought this up because I didn't think I was going to get another one this year.
It's really, really well done.
So, salted caramel,
great
cream on the inside, and like I said, it's rich enough though that when I've had it before by myself, Susan couldn't eat it. I could only eat about half of it because it's rich, and so I take the other half home and let the kids enjoy it.
I was going to ask you, is this gluten free, and how much is Susan yelling at the computer monitor at home right now?
It is not. It is not the gluten free. And the cream on the inside of it really does make it.
It really does. It offsets that spice a little bit and just really, really helps smooth it out and give it that very broad flavor profile that you're looking for with something like this.
It's kind of sad we only get it one time a year. So we'll have to count the days back. And then this is going to come back to us for next November.
So Chris, I'm looking out at the lagoon here and realizing that this morning with the 5K, we had an opportunity to see things set up probably the way Disney intends them to be long term. And that is that they did have the fountains going, and they did have a lot of stuff going with the ring and the smaller barges this morning around the race. So they had some race graphics up. The main ring was lit up and had its arms extended and was fully going with the fountain and everything.
That's cool that they did that specifically for the race because normally probably that would have been turned on at all. They have a lot of capabilities. You guys can't see it from this angle. I want to turn it just a little bit so you guys can see our setup there. They have, with any kind of special event, they basically have, how many are you going to count this? 1, 2, 4, 8, 9. 9 screens that they can put anything they want to on. They're basically jumbotrons. So depending on what's going on, they can modify it to whatever that event would be.
Absolutely.
So it's cool that now that you guys would be running through here, that they would utilize that. And because all the races are going to end here in Epcot, I expect that they're probably going to have some sort of format of that in some way.
Well, there's something about coming in here before dawn and it giving you a weenie, if you will, to focus on as you're coming into the park and do that. It definitely hits you with that impact of it being lit up and having the lights and everything else. Now hear me out. could we get the ear-to-ear stream broadcast to the central hub?
So here's a question though, and this is just for everybody because I don't have the answer to this one. I really don't. The intention of that center ring and all of those during the day. I haven't said the punchline yet. Hold it, dude. Good. Okay. So they were supposed to have water features. The water's supposed to be turned on during the day. We don't see it that much. It's very rare that we actually see them turn it on. Do you think, or what do you guys think in the chat? Is there something that came up after they actually got it installed that someone goes, you know what? If we did that, this would happen. And they've been holding back from doing it. Because we don't see the water features turned on very often.
And, they're still working through maybe some logistical issues as well. I remember we were here for the opening night, October 1st, for the first official Harmonious showing, and the central hub was not broadcasting. They were not able to get the images up on the central hub that night. We were just, if you were looking back toward the American Pavilion, we were just to the right of the gift shops up there at the beginning of the International Gateway area, and we were not able to see anything on the central hub.
That must have been a big disappointment for those.
I'm sure those folks were very disappointed.
For October 1st.
Yep. So I imagine there are still maybe some logistical issues they were looking through, but chat's probably got some ideas as well.
So we'll pop in that as well. You good here?
Yeah, all good, Mom. That was great.
Throw those.
Do it.
There we go. Well, that is, like I said, that is the gingerbread salted caramel cookie sandwich. Only here for a limited time. It may not be here after this next week, so we'll let you guys know as soon as we know it's back.
Yeah.
We jump back into the chat.
Yeah.
Now.
So where are we heading next, chat? Where are we heading next, Chris?
I say let's make it. I think what we need to do. Is Randy still in the chat? Randy, you still here? Where's Randy at? I need Randy to let me know if you're still here today. I think we owe Randy a ride on Test Track.
Give that a shot.
We missed that.
A little single rider action.
So yeah. So are you okay for hitting the single rider with me?
If you are not done with my company, I'm happy to hang.
Let's go. Randy had asked for Test Track so many times, and we've been unable to help with that. So I think for our first stream back here in Epcot for the year, I want to start off right with Randy. We'll head on over to Test Track and get a good ride in there.
But you can't have the chicken sriracha donut.
That was a good one too. That was a good one. It's nice to be able to come back to festivals later on and go, I'm coming back to try something. It's a returning thing. And I hope that one returns this year.
What do we do?
So, nice. I did. I saw that. That is sweet. Appreciate that. I might share that a little bit later. So, speaking of Randy, Randy said, woohoo, I just unmuted. Thanks, Chris. want to say a special shout out to Randy and all the other Ear to Ear Magic patrons that we have over on patreon.com. Thank you guys so much for your continued commitment and support over on Patreon. You know, I say it every stream, and it's just, I hope it just doesn't turn into words, but we could not and would not be able to do what we do on a regular basis without our patrons. So thank you guys for all of you who support us there. It is a pleasure to have you on board with us in that way. And I wanted to make sure that you guys, if you are on Patreon with us already and part of that crew, we are going to be having our patron call this Saturday, the 8th, from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Love for you guys to join us for a couple hours as we have some fun in which everyone can join in, both video and audio. Catch up, let you guys talk, let you guys chat. So, no. So we would love for you guys to join us if you're over on our Patreon group. And if you guys enjoy our streams and would like to get to know the people in our chat a little bit better, it's a great way to do so is go check it out. Patreon.com/Ear to Ear Magic. There are 5 levels you can join. The lowest only being $5 a month. That's money that goes into our channel so that we can pay for it and for operations and things like that. And we have an opportunity to put pictures and have chat on that doesn't go anywhere else on our social media accounts. So every once in a while something will happen. I'm like, oh, this is a great picture, but I can't share it. I can share it with everybody on Patreon. So and again, thank you to all of our patrons out there. The list of every one of you guys. We're so glad that you are part of the Magic Crew. Does not necessarily sound like Norwegian music. Maybe it is. The Enchanted Experience only has a 2-week countdown left to get here. You're going to be just in time for the Festival of the Arts here at Epcot. You guys may notice we use, when I say we, it's me. I use the festivals here at Epcot as sort of a calendar. They kind of help you divide the year up into certain time frames to help you kind of keep a track of where things are going.
It's gotten to the point now where there's about 2 to 3 weeks a year where there's not a festival?
Yeah, there used to be a lot more, but nowadays, you know. So we just got a PayPal. We just got a PayPal. We just got a PayPal from our friend Steven. Steven! Dude, how's it going, man? Thank you so much for the PayPal. Steven says says, here's something for you and Calvin to have some fun with. So we'll try to do what we can do. We'll find some more things to make sure he has plenty of great experiences before he hits his 2nd, 3rd, and 4th race this weekend. That's just plain dopey.
That's one word for it.
Judith says they're rolling into Disney on the 17th. Good time of the year. You see us while we're in the parks, Judith, that week. Stop and say hello. Thank you again, Stephen. And thank you all for all the support you guys give us here. As I always say, I hope you guys realize it's not about me. It's not about me walking through and doing stuff. It's all about you guys being able to experience the parks along with us and learning with us. So thank you guys for all the support. We hope that you enjoy your streams. I'll take a little shortcut. So this water has always been kind of shallow, but it seems extremely clear, more than I can remember it in the past. And even on the other side, we can see the fish, and every once in a while one of the turtles comes swimming through here. But I'm sure pretty much everybody knows this is a very unique water feature here in Epcot. I mean, they have this basically this body of water on both sides, and they build a bridge across it, and then they have, either side of the border a way to get over to the World Showcase. It seems like a very interesting decision on what to do here, right? Does anyone know why Disney decided to make this choice when they built Epcot? I mean, there's a similar thing over at the Magic Kingdom. Oh, you can see the fish here today. It's still very, still clear. So, Leanne says it's a good use of a sinkhole. Yes, indeed. It's an extremely good use. So, Leanne knows the story. Yes, the water, and the reason that this water exists is because, well, it's a giant sinkhole. When they were developing the park, and what do you do with a sinkhole? Well, you make it into a water area and build everything you need on top of it. So it worked out well for dividing the park up between what at that point was, going to be Future World and the World Showcase. But if anyone ever asks you in a trivia question, where is the giant sinkhole at Walt Disney World? It's right here.
It was interesting. I think it was the Epcot 25th that they had some special presentations from folks like he's passed on now, but former Imagineer Marty Sklar and others. And they actually had I think they took what used to be the Food Rocks facility over at the Land, and they actually did a presentation from Marty in there, and he was talking a lot about the making of Epcot and some of the logistical issues they ran into as they were physically building it, as well as the contractual stuff that they ran into. They wanted to have a Russian pavilion, but they ran into a number of issues given the current political climate at that point on their ability to execute on that.
Right. Did they talk about, some of the projects that they had intended on building as well?
They talked about Russia. They talked about
they mentioned the attraction that was supposed to be in Germany.
I cannot remember if he mentioned that or if that's just one of those more common knowledge things. But behind that large mural there, just outside of the Oktoberfest restaurant, Beer Garden, there is a large space there that could be used for a Rhine River Cruise attraction.
It'd been nice if we had another nice little water ride, sort of like the Grand Fiesta. Welcome in, Cody Dodd. Good to see you on this afternoon. I don't see
anybody.
What's going on? What's going on? And I said, yeah. Are they just testing?
We've got people going in.
Well, welcome in, John. Good to see you. Make sure to ask questions. Here are people coming out.
Things that make you go,
Things that make it go, 65-minute standby and there's not a line outside? That's weird. How can it be 65 if the line's all inside? All right. Ready to go this? Let's do it. Yes.
All right, Chris, I got us on the clock.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's time it out and see if we can get on there in less than 65 minutes. Well, it says they've had 4 inches of snow since lunch. Wow.
Did we see squirrel?
I think we're okay. Four inches of snow since lunch. Wow. Good design.
So Chris jumped back in the Wayback Machine with me because I got a feeling you may have been in a similar circumstance. April 1993.
Okay.
That big snowstorm we had come through Atlanta. Were you still in college and stuck in Rome?
I was not stuck in Rome. I got stuck in Snellville.
Okay.
I got stuck in Snellville and Lawrenceville. That was a rough one.
Yeah, we had some friends that we were getting ready for some stuff later in the spring, so we decided it'd be a great weekend to go get away, get a cabin up in the mountains.
Oh no!
And go focus on what we were trying to get ready for. But before we knew there was snow coming, so we hear Friday night, there's a couple of inches of snow coming for Georgia. It'll be gone by Sunday, no problem. This is the way things happen in Atlanta.
Yeah.
So we head to the mountains anyway. The next morning, we wake up to 3.5 feet of snow on our back porch, and the area where we were was another mile from the main road. No power, no nothing. Ended up having to be rescued by the Red Cross.
Adventure.
So, yeah, Georgia does not do snow well.
No, we don't.
4 inches of snow, it would be Armageddon. It'd be Mad Max, Fury Road.
So, what year was Snowmageddon? Was that 20...
That's more recent, yeah.
I'm trying to remember what year that was.
I don't remember if that was more Snowmageddon or Ice-mageddon, but regardless, you had people trying to get home, and
well,
it just dumped right in the middle of rush hour. And
I remember K-Bug says it just started snowing here. I'm hoping for the bulk of the storm misses us again. We are in Snowmageddon. I think it was like 2013, 2014, something like that. And let's put it this way. It was such a big deal. It showed up in a sketch on SNL from the Atlanta area. And they made fun of us. It was hilarious. I remember I was working from home that day. And there were, the weather report was not good. They said the snow was coming. And so Susan and I went out to get some supplies. And the roads are starting to get bad. And I remember this was like right around 1 o'clock. And I'm thinking, I'm so glad I worked from home today. And so we got home, got our supplies. The kids were home from school. Everything was fine. But my work associate, working in Alpharetta, left the office at around 4:30. 3 hours later, he was only a couple of miles away from the office because he did not go anywhere. So he gave up. He turned around, went back to our office, and he ended up sleeping under my desk because my office was warm.
Oh, gosh. And I remember it was that same event where some politicians in Atlanta got in hot water because they were using emergency lanes and police escorts to get to interviews that they were doing on the Weather Channel at their studio in Marietta.
Yeah. I had
people in that situation where they're sleeping under desks and Meanwhile, you've got people using police resources to get to an interview.
Right. I had another friend who is a salesman. Got stuck on I-20. Couldn't go anywhere. Ended up having to open up the product in her trunk to have food.
Oh, God.
And, you know, just to eat because she couldn't go anywhere.
Right.
And spent the night in the back seat of her car. I mean, you're by yourself and you couldn't go anywhere. She just ended up getting out of her car, getting some food products out of the back of her trunk that she's supposed to be selling, eating that, offering it to a few other people around her, and then sleeping in a huddle in her back seat until the next morning to where they can start the move again.
Well, I don't know if we have anybody in chat from the Virginia area, but that happened in Virginia this week, didn't it? Where I-95 coming through Virginia had
Michelle is in Virginia, and she said earlier this week that they were on generator for their refrigerator and for charging purposes. So,
my goodness.
She just said in Virginia they have 14.5 inches fall on Monday. Whew. And they have more coming tonight. You know, Michelle, you guys should share.
Not this weekend, please.
Stop bogarting all the snow.
So, who in chat rode this ride before it was ever test track and back to the World of Motion days?
I have been on it, but, you know, can I tell you, I have no memory at all of World of Motion, personal experience.
I remember it kind of being an omni mover, and part of it was outside because you would go up the ramp and make the turn.
Yeah.
And then you would start to go through the various vignettes.
So, or, you know, even the original test track version with the test dummies.
Yep, the big auditorium.
Where basically, that's what you were. Yeah, you were. So it's had a couple of things. Michelle says yes, that was us, and Mike was stuck on 95.
Whew. No, thank you.
Michelle says, sorry, I tried sending it, but Florida is not allowing it. Nope.
Full up.
I've heard everything I need to hear, and I'm going to just stop you right there. I'm going to say no. Kathy C says, it's me again.
So, Michelle, in Virginia, when you guys have storms like that, does it have the same reaction that it does in places like Georgia and I guess to a lesser degree in Florida because y'all don't have it as often, where milk and bread just disappears from the shelves?
The storms are coming. All of a sudden, the shelves have become empty for the staple. Nowadays, add toilet paper.
I can only imagine what a Buc-ee's looks like after or before a storm.
Do people just run the Buc-ee's now? Is that what they do?
I don't know. They got a little bit of everything.
Stock up on brisket and beef jerky.
Beef jerky. Hey, it survived the snow.
So, Stephen, you can pretty much guarantee that your race is going to happen the first full weekend of November. That it's going to be after the holidays. So, of course, you know, after Halloween, whatever the first full weekend after that is going to be your wine and dine.
And I will say, if folks are thinking about coming down for wine and dine, even though the registration hasn't opened for the race yet, you will see rooms disappear quickly.
Yes.
Once they kind of get locked in, and they have announced the weekends for the race. So we do know the weekends that it will be for 2022.
So if you guys are thinking about doing a race and running with us on any of the races for wine and dine, let us know. We can go ahead and put your room on hold even before the race registration opens up.
If for some reason you don't end up registering for the race, you don't make it in, then Chris, you guys can help them with that, or they can come down and enjoy the
or just don't come.
Anyway.
No obligation as well. The cancellation policies of Disney are so flexible.
You'll know well in advance of 30 days whether you made the race or not.
Michelle says yes all the time on the stocking up on things. Walmart, Target, Publix, every grocery store shelves, all of them are empty. You got everybody's making sandwiches and with milk. I want to know all those people who go home with all this extra milk and they go, what are we going to do with this milk?
Snow ice cream.
Yeah, I don't even know if I could do that. So the Enchanted Experience, I did not run the 5K this morning. Actually, I've never run a Disney 5K. The only races that I've ever ridden or ever raced in person have been 10Ks. I've not done a 5K in person yet. I've done a few virtuals, but I've not done a in person just yet. And that's just it. If you know you're going to go for a race, go ahead and get a room now. Let us know if we can help you out with that, because what you don't want to do is wait to the registration for the race to open up. Then you register, and then you find out that, you know, the only thing available is the 3-bedroom over at Bay Lake Tower with the 2-story room for, you know, $2,500 a night. So get your room first, and then you can backfill it with your race registration later.
And, you know, definitely talk to Chris and Susan about what your plans are. If you're coming down and you're running solo, then you've got a lot of flexibility at what hotel you stay at, because the hotels provide transportation to the expo. They provide transportation to the races, itself and everything else.
Don't have to drive yourself at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Right. Now, if you've got family coming down and wanting to watch you run, that's where you may want to have a conversation about the logistics. What does that mean? How does that work?
Well, then you could still take a bus, and then your family could, you know, sleep in a bit. Then they can take their car over and then drive you both back if you wanted to do that. Right. Well, depending on which races.
Yep. So, you know, if you've got somebody wanting to come down, for example, and watch you come through the Magic Kingdom for Marathon Weekend in January or Princess Weekend in February, and those are the 2 races that typically run through the Magic Kingdom. It might be worth having a conversation about, depending on the mobility of your family and everything, does a monorail resort make more sense for you? Because then the family actually can sleep in,
right,
and get up,
walk over and see you race, and then go right back to the room.
Even monorail over, because the monorails are running, because the monorail transportation is how folks from Contemporary Polynesian and Grand Floridian get to the race events this weekend. They don't actually run buses for the half marathon and full marathon from those resorts.
Leanne says that when you go to get your bread and your milk in New Jersey, they call it the French toast run.
Yep. There's a
makes sense.
I've heard somebody, and I have not seen this scale, but you know, to kind of know how bad the weather is, it's the Waffle House scale. Is the Waffle House open or not? If the Waffle House isn't open,
if Waffle House closes, that's pretty sad. That's scary. Yeah, every time we give Nova a walk, that's my. I say it's an easy 5K. Every time I walk Nova, you have to do at least a 5K for her to get her exercise. Surf says I have rolls, eggs, and pork rolls. I'm set.
Sounds like plan to me.
I thought when I first read it, John, I thought you were going to say egg rolls, and I'm like, then I'm set. I like egg rolls, and I'm good. I would love, like I said, I would love for us to possibly get a group together, even if it's just to walk the 5K together for the Wine and Dine. You know, we talk about it. I'd love to set it up, because if it's your first race, or if you just love to have somebody run with you. The first 2 races I ran completely by myself. The 3rd race, my friend Sharon, who was the one who inspired me to even sign up for my first race, we did the 10K together, and that just changed the whole dynamic when you have somebody who can go with you, and you can do, you know, your intervals together. So it was really nice.
We're getting there.
All right, Kathy says she has bagged salads, tomatoes, mozzarella, and basil. That sounds way healthy. It's like the healthiest snow quarantine I've ever heard of. Oh, it's even better, Enchanted. Do it over your birthday. Have your birthday celebration as your. We can sing happy birthday for, 3.1 miles. Kathy's on her New Year's diet, no bread, all wine. So if you guys are just joining us, we're here over in Test Track. We're in the single rider line, so Calvin's going to be getting in a vehicle by himself, and we'll be joining him afterwards. Let's see who can win. Let's see who gets done first.
If I get in first and you finish first, something has gone terribly wrong.
And I want to document it when it happens.
Yes. Tell my wife and daughter I love them.
We don't know, but we're going to put it up on the security footage, and it's going on YouTube. Good afternoon, Nicole. Just in time to ride Test Track with us today. All right, so let me put my hat away before it goes flying off. I know it makes for great streaming, but it makes me sad afterwards. Did you know my first 2 rides on a parking tram, my very first 2 rides when they started back at the Magic Kingdom, I lost my hat both times?
Wow. Really?
I don't know why. I've never lost a hat ever on a parking tram. My hat flew off both times.
In the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Right around the Christmas time.
How are you doing with trams? I know they're starting a little bit later than some people like at the Magic Kingdom, but have they started anywhere else yet?
Not yet that I've seen. They're only still at the Magic Kingdom at the moment. And if you guys are watching for the very first time, welcome. We're glad that you found us here at Ear to Ear Magic and the Magic Crew. We'd love for you guys to hit that subscribe button. Get to know these people right over here in the chat, because they are our life force. They are the people who keep us coming back to the parks all the time. If these people weren't in our chat and being ones to share our life together in the parks, then I would have no reason to stream. So thank you guys so much for the Magic Crew. And I hope that we have a few more people join us today. We can say with certainty that this is still faster than the traffic on I-4.
Sure did.
What's our time?
16 minutes so far.
16 minutes, not bad. That still was a little elongated. Still better than 65.
Mm-hmm.
Cast members are always good to see. 7? Thank you. Okay. This dummy always puts on his seatbelt. All right, as we ride through Test Track, there might be a few areas here and there where we lose connection. Don't worry, I'll keep refreshing. If you guys refresh as well, we'll be back. No worries. As long as we can get you on the final run, see how fast we can go. And Sarah. Kind of look like right? The lights came on. That's never a good thing. There we go, Randy. By the way, today's Test Track ride is all for Randy Jackson. Dedicated to Randy. and all of his family. Thank you guys for hitting that thumbs up for us today. That's a great way to let YouTube know that somebody's having fun, and maybe they should help us find some more people to have fun with us. When you guys do that, you make the magic happen. I don't even like my own stream, so thank you guys for doing this. We got close, but we stopped. What did Calvin do? Somebody check in with Calvin, see what he did. Did he try to run the test track himself? I mean, you know he's a good runner, but you still have to run it in the car. I wish I could do a Casey Kasem impression. I can do a Shaggy impression, though. Like, we're going to be riding test track today for Randy and the family. Randy. I'm glad you guys could join us. This is going to be a great day. Thanks, Kathy. Have an amazing afternoon. We'll see you next stream if we don't get back in time. I got a swine flu on my left. I'm glad there's a partition here. That's okay. They're wearing face masks. How you guys doing? All right, I'm going to point out something. Swine flu is wearing a LabCorp mask. That's beautiful. That's awesome. So what did you guys do? We were about to get on. What did you guys do? We were about to get on. Did you? I don't know what happened. It's her fault? You guys doing today? You guys visiting from? Alabama? Okay, that's too far away. I've heard that up in the Atlanta area it's like 30 degrees right now today. So it's probably still warmer even from wherever you're in Alabama, right? So everybody in the chat, make sure to say hello to Swine Flu and family over here. Glad they said hello in the chat. Beth, thanks for saying hello. So, okay, we went on two attractions today, and the first one just we got on. So, I'm seeing a trend here. Curious to see. That means if there's cars here, somebody's stuck on the track itself. It's always got to be worse. Yeah, apparently Calvin's up front somewhere breaking right. Randy is like that line from A Christmas Story when the kid sticks his tongue to the pole. Fuck! 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 Don't leave me out here! Don't leave me! Don't leave me out here by the no! We're stuck. We're experiencing some temporary. Oh, we got managers over here talking, and they don't look to be going back to their stations anytime soon. Welcome in, Miss Meow Meow. Good to see you. We are in the loading station here, Miss Meow Meow. Test track. Signal does get a little bit better as we get out. The people mover never stops moving. Unless it does. So, always look at it this way. We could have been on a few cars ahead of this and stuck on the track. Welcome back in, back in. Sarah's speaking up for our people mover. So if you guys are on TikTok, go check us out. But I'm going to tell you, I don't know if you should watch the TikTok I uploaded last night around 11:30 midnight. I laid down to go to sleep. I was so tired. I basically fell into bed, but I knew I needed to upload this TikTok because I already had something recorded for it. And I needed to do it now because I knew I wasn't going to get to it this morning before the stream. I think I spent about 30 minutes trying to make that because I was falling asleep every 30 seconds. I think I typed out so many captions and then had to retype it because I misspelled every single word because I was not staying awake. And I was afraid to watch it this morning because I just knew it was going to be filled with, it probably didn't even make sense. I don't even know if I used the right videos. So if you watch the one lately, the last TikTok uploaded, it may not be the best measure of our TikTok content performance. Oh man, 4 hours. You got to do it though. You got to ride it because before he had to head out. I'm glad he got to ride it though. Now we've had that happen before, Sarah B. We were actually riding the Seven Dwarfs Mine Train with the 3 kids one time, and it started raining. I mean, pelt rain, like hail-sized raindrops coming down and just hitting the top of our heads. Ouch! But the ride, we'd just gotten on it, and it just started. We got stuck outside waiting to get back in to unload, and it was we couldn't do anything about it. You're just stuck in the rain. This is like, I gotta go check out that TikTok. I seriously, I'm not lying, guys. I am honest to goodness telling the truth. I don't even know if it makes sense. A couple of times I woke up and I looked at what I typed. I'm like, that doesn't even make any sense. None of that even makes not any of that is a word. Let me type that all. This teacher's word. All right, whoever it was in the chat who blamed it on Calvin, I think he's about to put a confession in.
Check is around the room. For your safety, remain seated with your seatbelt fastened.
Calvin,
Arms, feet, and legs inside the vehicle.
you'll have some explaining to do.
Thank you. La estación de control de cinturones de seguridad está a la vuelta de la esquina. Por su seguridad, mantenga sus manos, brazos, pies y piernas dentro del vehículo y cuida a los niños.
Automated driving technology activated.
Welcome to the SIM track. We'll begin with the capability test to see how your vehicle designs perform under challenging weather and surface conditions.
Monitoring road surface.
Connecting to OnStar.
SIM car performance data acquired.
Let's see how your designs hold up now.
Commencing SIM car off-road and extreme weather sequence. Capability test results displayed and verified.
Now let's see how your vehicles compare when it comes to their efficiency.
Scanning the SIM card for optimal eco-efficiency. Gauging eco-dynamic efficiency. Drive systems analysis. Hyperspectral imaging in progress. Calculating total enviro impact. Commencing responsiveness test.
Okay, responsiveness data is now being synchronized.
Automated driving technology verified and active. Automated crash avoidance technology disengaged. Displaying responsiveness data.
Here comes the final test.
Energizing for power test.
Go faster, Randy, go faster! Well, the brakes are a little jerky, but
Displaying power test results. SimTrack performance testing complete.
This concludes your performance testing. You'll be able to see how those Chevrolet custom concept vehicle designs compare with the same car after you disembark. Please watch your step. Try to check your final performance note without scoring it.
hope you guys enjoyed the ride. Thank you, guys. Ride, so I'm glad we could bring it to you today. So what did you do?
Everybody get him to put the Corvette on the track.
Oh.
Is that not how this works?
I told everybody it was because you were trying to run the track on your own.
No. I wanted to put that on the track.
I bet it can take the corners pretty well.
Oh, yeah. I just found it interesting that the designers at Corvette decided, okay, let's just make it look like an Italian sports car.
So it was fun that, it was only a 16-minute wait up until the point that it broke down. But that makes 2 rides today we've gotten in line for that it broke down while we were in line.
It's the hot curse, Chris.
The hot curse. Well, we'll see if you keep that up. Susan has her own curse. Whenever she's driving with us and she's parking, she always gets parked to the end of a parking lane. Like one of the first 3 parking rows.
I committed the cardinal Disney sin when you're driving this morning. I got to the main gate and thought for a second and said, I don't remember which row I parked on.
I've done that before. Because sometimes when we're doing stuff like this, I'm like jumping out and getting ready to go, and I get out quick, and all of a sudden I realize I got out too quick. I don't remember looking to see where I parked. Which used to be a huge problem for us because, before I was driving in the SUV I got now, we still have our other minivan, but it is a black Dodge Caravan.
Oh, that's unique.
Which is like the only rental minivan in Orlando. There was a time we left SeaWorld, and I told Susan, I said, I don't remember which row we parked down. She goes, oh no. I said, well, I guess we just got to look for our van. And she goes, okay. We found our row. We counted. There were 17 other black Dodge Grand Caravans on the row. Same row.
I think it was 2017. I was down for the Food and Wine half marathon. My parents had come down to watch, and they were nice enough to drive me back to my hotel. So I'm walking out there with them, and we proceeded to walk around the parking lot for the next 20 minutes trying to find their car. Like, guys, I just finished a race.
And my Ford, the little bleep bleep, doesn't go that far, so you have to get pretty close to it. Hey, I need to go find. There is a new Spirit jersey with. Are you still good on time?
Yeah, I'm good on time. I've got folks taking off out of Atlanta, so I'm still good for now.
We've only got a few more minutes on today's stream, but I know yesterday we had a few people asking about a new Spirit jersey that had tie-dye, and I thought, you know what, let's go look for it.
I saw some tie-dye stuff in here this morning.
So, to me, it almost doesn't look what I would consider to be tie-dye. It looks more like paint splatters, but we'll go see if we can find it. Now, the signal in here is really bad. I don't know why, considering it's all windows. But see if we can find some new merchandise for you guys today. Now, tomorrow we're going to be concluding today's stream pretty soon. But tomorrow we're going to be back over into the Magic Kingdom. I like that. Just be happy, enjoy. And we hope that when you guys hang out on our streams, that you can just be happy. That's the whole point. Hey, Calvin, I'm looking for those Christmas necklaces that glow with the Christmas lights. Do you know if they have any?
Like the old-timey
yeah,
Christmas
like the
lights?
C9s. The C9s.
Yeah.
Oh, do they have any? I don't know if they have any. Do they have any?
You know what? I bet they're on sale. That's why they've got so many.
Oh, no, they're full price. They only have a few left.
It's because they don't have the yellow and the green ones.
Wow.
They had the yellow and the green C9.
So, the Halloween stuff stayed in the oh, I wanted that jersey. I don't even have Spirit jerseys, but that Run Disney one yesterday looked really nice. The Halloween stuff, as long as it stayed in for like 2 weeks after Halloween, it was full price, and then they pulled it from the shelves. It went to the character warehouse. So, Let's see. That's from the the food and wine. So here's the Stitch.
I saw this. I had not seen this before.
Oh, this is the new Lux. This is the new Lux.
Okay.
It goes with the ears. The price on it with the pants. What would you pay for this?
Haven't looked yet. That's some plush velvet right there. I'll go 85.
85. It's a few extra dollars, right? So, yeah.
Oh, okay.
How off are you?
Just by half.
Half. So yeah, it's what, 158, right?
Yep.
So it's $158, and then
149.
149, 150.
Yep.
Now you get the pants to go along with it, which are right over there.
130.
130. So $280 for this. Now add yourself a $300 backpack. What does that bring you up to? Yes, this is a $300 lounge flight. It goes with the outfit.
I'm clearly not gramming right.
And so that brings you what, to $580?
Yeah.
Well, you got to have the ears.
Oh, of course.
And the ears add what, another, they're free. They're $39.99.
What a bargain.
That's actually cheap considering. But you can also get the deluxe with the rhinestones to go with it.
So you could
the stones.
You could bedazzle your stuff?
Yeah, and the ones with the full-on Mickey hat with the rhinestones and all that, it's $1,000 for the ears. So that's right, Gabriel.
I love you.
You don't be wearing that to Walmart.
Disney merchandise, I love you, but sometimes you cray.
Sometimes.
Okay, so there's some.
So it's a little tie-dye-ish. I bet it's probably up here in the front where they put like the new merch. I bet it's over this direction. They got plenty of it if you want some.
I'm good.
Here's your matching hat.
Holy guacamole.
There's your hat to go with the outfit. So for a measly $1,600, you can have yourself a hat, a top, a bottom, and a backpack.
I need to go find somewhere to breathe.
How many times do you think you'd actually wear that outfit to the parks? If you buy
that on Splash Mountain.
If I bought that, more than the. So these I have not seen before. Somebody wants to know, where would you wear that outfit? That is a good question. So it's tie-dye-ish. That's not the Spirit jersey, but I'm sure it's in the same collection.
You know what that other collection is missing, though, right? The
shoes?
The hip belt. Fanny pack.
I was going to say the fanny pack. Randy says, I think I'll stick with the Columbia North Face. The shiny ones. What did the Happy shirt cost? The price that would make me a whole lot happier than some of the other ones. I'll go back and check. Where in the world would you wear a $1,000 pair of ears? I don't know. Those might be the kind of ears that you never actually wear. You just tell everybody you own them. That makes sense. That's awesome. That's great. That is so good. Oh, I don't think I've seen that shirt before. Oh, Oliver and Company. Lounge like came out with a fanny pack and it's a WWE wrestling belt. Oh, that is a great shirt. That would be my mood some days. Well, guys, I don't think I've seen a Spirit jersey with that on there. Yeah, that's not quite me. I don't have that much hair sticking up in the morning. So, thanks, Jim. So, I didn't see it. I do have some of the Fab 50 character ornament sets.
These are the other two outside of the 50, or the Fab 5.
Yeah.
Nice.
And oh, you know what? Somebody asked about the Happy shirt price. Let me go find out what that Happy shirt was.
Hello.
And our Happy shirt, happy shirt is $29.99. That kind of price puts me in a happy mood as opposed to $149. Somebody says those gems on that hat are plastic. There's a lady on YouTube that made a replica of the $700 ones for $20.
But can you imagine being the person that accidentally left that in the container on one of the rides? Like you put it in the pouch on Big Thunder Mountain.
Oh my gosh. Well, the great thing is you know pretty well if you saw it in the parks, it's probably yours. Wait, where did you get that hat? It's mine.
I might randomly go by guest relations every day just to see if I can pick one up for free.
Yeah.
I left my $1,000 mouse ears in the car at Big Thunder. Do you have one turned in?
All right. Well, we'll keep a lookout. We're going to be at the Magic Kingdom again tomorrow. So we'll look at the Emporium tomorrow and see what we can find. Now, when the Club Cool first opened up, line back and forth outside. I have not seen a line outside of it in the past 2 weeks. It's calmed down enough to where it stays pretty much inside nowadays.
No, it was busy when I was here in November.
Yeah, exactly.
April.
So, Jill, we just came in. We actually were looking for a new Spirit jersey, with a tie-dye. We didn't see it. I do love the Be Happy shirt. It just was a nice, bright little yellow shirt. But we'll do a lot more looking at that tomorrow when we head over to the Magic Kingdom again. What? I need to pull this back out. So have you had a chance to come over here? The last time you were here, had they opened up the landscaping area over here yet?
They had not opened the landscaping area, so they pushed back the walls.
They did. They pulled back the walls after they completed the landscaping up here in the front. Remember the wall used to come over right to here?
Right.
So they pushed it back a little bit. You notice they've added more and more. They're completing the front of this space.
They were doing something there this morning. You could hear them running a grinder or a drill or something just over the wall.
So they posted a picture 2 weeks ago that they had finished the first front part, the cornerstone, so to speak, of the front of that. So it's plus you can tell it's got this all gray metallic look to it now. And it's almost complete on the front. This is Guardians of the Galaxy, by the way, Cosmic Rewind, set to open up this summer. So hopefully we'll be able to see more and more on this as it goes. But all this is brand new landscaping here and there. Looking forward to having one more additional ride here at Epcot.
Chris, I have to admit, I was looking at the park exit Spaceship Earth there, and over to the left of park exit, there's these 2 black holes, and I thought, did they put holes in there for people to be able to look through? No, those are drill holes for screws. No.
What I love is when people who have dogs, who like to look out, who've created like windows or either peepholes for their dogs to look through their backyard fences. I think they're just hilarious. There's somebody out there who's got like a reel or a TikTok. They have 2 golden retrievers, and so they put two sets of holes right there in the driveway, so that when they come in from work and they pull up, you can see the 2 dogs stick their eyes right there in the eye holes, and they're like looking out. And they made a 3rd hole, I forgot, underneath, so their schnoz can go through the hole, so that way they can get their eyes up to the hole.
Very nice.
So it's kind of cute to see them walk up, and all of a sudden there's a floof, and the eyes looking out at you.
I've seen a lot more service dogs in the parks recently. I don't know if they've always been here or if that's just something that's kind of a natural state of where we are, where folks are more comfortable traveling with service dogs.
I think it may be that. It's oftentimes you see, I know there's a lot of people here who live in the area who also train service dogs and bring their trainees in here a bit. So it happens.
There are days my daughter's more excited about seeing the service dogs than she is about seeing any character.
So service dogs make me nervous because I had a bad experience one time that scarred me emotionally. And for someone as deeply scarred as I am already, it takes a lot to do that. But I don't know if I've shared this story before with you guys on the streams, but back in, I think it was probably around 2015, 2016, we were on one of our trips for spring break. We had come into the Magic Kingdom. It's right there in front of the Magic, the Town Square Theater. And we, of course, it was Susan and the 3 kids were with me. We walked into the park. We walk in a little bit. We're standing right there in front of that theater. And there was a teenage young lady there sitting on the ground with her back against a flower bed. It was high flower beds. She looked to be about, 16, 17 years old.
Okay.
Sitting beside her on the ground was a golden retriever.
Okay.
And the golden retriever had on a Mickey hat. Now, back then, that was before anyone had ever created Mickey hats for dogs, for pets. And it was the first time I'd ever seen one. I thought that was adorable. Like, oh my gosh, somebody made a miniature Mickey hat for dogs. And so me and Susan and the kids all walked up and we all started talking to this young lady who, with her back on the wall, just sitting there quietly. And we're like, oh, those ears are just awesome. What an awesome idea. It's so cute. She's like, thank you, appreciate that. And I asked, I said, we have an account on, we have Instagram and a Facebook account. Is it okay if I take a picture of your dog just to show the ears? And she looked at me, she goes, yeah, sure, that's fine. Okay. Well, all right, thank you very much. So while everybody else is kind of, back behind me, I got down and level with the dog and framed it up. So I had a great picture of just the dog with, kind of half panting with his tongue out in a cute way with that Mickey ear hat on. And I was taking a couple of pictures of the Mickey hat. And then all of a sudden I heard this screeching from behind me. And a woman starts screeching. And when I screech, I'm talking about a unnatural voice extension that was like a scream. What do you think you're doing? Do not take pictures of my daughter. And I was confused at work. I'm like, because I wasn't talking to me, because I'm not taking a picture of anybody's daughter. You know, I'm taking a picture of the dog. Daughter's not even in the picture at all.
Right.
And apparently, this teenage girl's mother saw me, and she comes barreling through the crowds and verbally attacks me to stop taking pictures of her daughter. Who did I think I was? Who gave me permission to take pictures of her daughter?
Okay.
I was floored. I didn't know what to say, because I'd never been like attacked like that verbally in a public place at such a high volume. She's like, she was inviting everybody in to know that I was doing this. So I said, well, ma'am, I said, first of all, I'm not taking a picture of your daughter. I'm taking a picture of your dog, if this is your dog.
Right.
And second, I did ask permission. I asked her permission because she was the one sitting with the dog. I asked her if I could take pictures. What? I was like, oh, I'm so sorry I offended you.
Oh, no.
But
how dare you take pictures of something cute, Chris?
It was terrible. It's Pluto. So from then on, I get really nervous when I see pictures of people's, service dogs. Have you gotten a picture with Pluto yet?
I have not gotten a picture with Pluto yet.
You should get a picture with Pluto.
Take a selfie with Pluto.
I think you should. And by the way, special congratulations to Calvin again for completing the 5K this morning. The Pluto 5K. Hello, Jeannie. Welcome in.
Hey, Pluto!
There you go. I thought you needed a selfie with Pluto.
Absolutely.
I just drug you over there hoping that you'd get that opportunity. And it didn't seem to be like there was much of a crowd, so.
Yeah.
It's our buddy Pluto. He's probably tired too. I think he probably had an early morning himself. So.
He was in there waving his paws like he didn't care this morning.
I don't think Pluto ever cares. He lives a carefree life. He really does. He does well. Well, I'm going to turn this camera around a little quick. Just to kind of share. I love this view. I don't know what it is about this perspective. And sometimes, if you get it just right, when the sun goes in a little bit more, you get a rainbow from the prism, and it's right over there right now. It's there. You can actually see it even still. You get this rainbow that slowly makes its way across. Get yourself some really good rainbow pictures in there. So, well, Honk, thank you so much for hanging out with me this afternoon.
Thank you guys for letting me hang out and be the weird running guy for the afternoon. I appreciate it.
So I don't think there's anything weird about it, dude. I think there's a lot to be. The only reason that I started running is because I admired the idea that people could run like that. I thought it was amazingly something to be proud of. And I know there's a lot of people here who have never run, who've thought about the fact that they want to be just like all the other runners. The fact of the matter is you can, and it is possible to do. So I think we need to really talk about this and come up with possibly a running team for coming up later this year, and really inspire and make it possible for those of you guys who really want to, who need that little extra push. That's what I needed when I ran my first race, and it makes a huge difference. So we'll continue to talk about it. We'll put it in the mix with everybody. So we'll what we can do now, we won't be streaming Saturday and Sunday, but hopefully if you can, I'd love to share out a picture of you with all your medals.
Sure. Afterwards
with everybody in the crew. So make sure you get one with PhotoPass, and we'll share it with everybody as well. So, and guys, we're going to go ahead and close on out for today. Thank you guys for hanging out with us and making it such an amazing afternoon. We have still got lots of work to do. Susan is still working on reservations right now for our promotion that we had yesterday. So if you're looking to come to Disney between March 12th and July 7th, there are still promotions out there. We can grab them. Let us know if we can help you out. You know, you can reach us over at chrisedwards at travelnation.net. Glad to do so. Kim's like, thanks, Chris and Calvin. It's the CNC Music Factory today, so that worked out really well. Yeah. It worked out pretty good. Just not a lot of music. So thanks, Kim and everybody else for hanging out. Tomorrow's stream is not yet up because this week has just been a crazy scheduled week, but we will be at the Magic Kingdom tomorrow. I think, starting at 9 a.m. So come over and join us tomorrow. We'll have the stream up later on this afternoon. You guys can come and join us tomorrow morning. It's always a pleasure, and it's always a great time hanging out with everybody in the Magic Crew. Don't forget, Magic Crew patrons. You guys, we have our call on Saturday from 2 to 4 p.m. We want to see you guys and hang out with you guys there as well. And if you want to check out Patreon, to make sure to check that out over at patreon.com /ear-to-ear magic. I can sometimes pull that up and sometimes I can't. See if I can do it. Nope, I can't. I got it so spread out. But the mods can put it in there in the chat if you guys have any questions. I look, the sun just like right there. That's almost perfect. So, well, guys, we're going to go ahead and close it on out. Make sure to have some fun this afternoon and make sure to find somebody in your life that needs the sunshine and you be the sunshine that they need today. You guys have a great afternoon and we'll see you guys in the parks.